liberal policies in place, all of that. It seems like we always find this around snowstorm. So in any event, really happy to see you here today. My name is Rebecca Shire. I'm the director of the Global Disaster Preparedness Center. And for those of you who aren't familiar with our center, it's a joint initiative by the American Red Cross and the International Federation for Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. And essentially our main aim is to really work on building capacities of our Red Cross network around the world to better manage disasters. But equally important is to do some learning that the most learning we can from the community at writ large, humanitarians, academics, the development community. So this is an event that's instrumental to that theme. And as such, I'm really pleased that you're here today. I think hopefully we'll have a full house as the day rolls on. It'll likely fill up a little bit later. I also wanted to mention that we are live streaming today, so we're really pleased that people will be plugging in from around the world, and that'll increase our audience and reach. The design of the agenda is pretty open in that we'll have a really dynamic array of speakers, look at different case studies from around the world from different cities, as you see, and talk about some positive experiences, some challenges, some good practices that we might replicate around the world. And equally, we'd like to hear from you because there's so much experience in the room and globally. So please do feel like you can pitch in and ask questions. That's what we're hoping it'll turn out to be today, a very dynamic dialogue. A special thank you to all that are on the agenda. We've, like I said, just got a tremendous amount of talent that will be sharing experiences today, and we're really excited about that. I also just want to mention that we will have a steady flow today in terms of the agenda, so we will not break for lunch. It will be served, however, in the back at about 12, and you're most welcome to get up and help yourself to some food and then come back to your seats. This is largely because we're live streaming, so we want to keep the flow and keep it active. And for restrooms, just in terms of some basic logistics, they're back through the exit doors at the back part of the room here. Please try to refrain from using the side doors just so we can minimize the noise and really stay focused with the speakers up front here. I think that's about it. I would just like to say, again, thank you, and welcome our first speaker, who will be Peter Walker, whom I think most of you in the room already know, but it's a real pleasure to have him here today. He will be emceeing our event in many ways through most of the day. And Peter comes to us with over 25 years of humanitarian experience. His resume is long. I think I met him when he was the director of the Feinstein International Center. But before that, he was also with IFRC for a good decade. And now he's currently the dean of the School for Sustainability at the Fox School for Sustainability at Chatham University. So we're delighted to have him here, and he'll jumpstart our day and give it a little shake before the first panel comes up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. So I really tried this summer to get out on disaster response business. You've done this stuff for what seems like a lifetime. You think, let's do something different. Here I am again. Yeah. But there is a connection, because in the new role I have now, looking at sustainability, where we think in terms of time horizons that go out 100 years, how do you build societies and economies that will last, that are flexible, that are adaptive? Actually, I look at disasters differently. I see disasters now as what happens if you don't get sustainable development right, at the sharp end, if you like, of the business. And that sort of helped me think a little bit differently about what resilience and disaster preparedness means. So when we're looking at resilience of cities, I think it's really important to counteract some of the notions of resilience. Some people see resilience as lowering the bar. Resilience is about saying, you know what, it's about survival. It's no longer about hope. I think we have to crush that one. Resilience actually can be a vibrant and a really exciting way of building a new future. And resilience is not about building the walls higher and the ditches deeper around you and putting up a larger flood barricade, which, to be honest, just puts off the day when disaster is going to happen, and it's going to happen in a larger fashion. That's called being an ostrich, to be honest. That's not resilience. Resilience is really about adaptation, flexibility, about having lots of options. And it's needed, I think, in every city. I moved from the Boston area to Pittsburgh this summer. And one of the first things I learned about Pittsburgh was that 3 or 4 years ago, 2011, had a flash flood go through one of the poor areas of the city and killed 4 people. And you just don't think of flash floods killing people in American cities. And when we looked at, well, why did that happen? Because we had changed all the land surface from permeable fields to impermeable tarmac, would put the rivers in little drains where there was no room to expand, and we hadn't thought about what if. And in rebuilding, Pittsburgh actually, rather than going for an engineering solution, has gone for social solutions. It said what we need to do is to rebuild the economy and society of these areas and do it in very resilient ways. So we've started looking at how do we introduce, for instance, urban farming, not just to supply good nutritional food and jobs, but to decrease the amount of runoff in the area so we don't get another flash flood. We've looked at opportunities for building closer links between local farms, sustainable agriculture, organic farming, and the communities. And like many American cities and cities around the world, we're starting to look differently about our energy options. I think it's really interesting that resilience is no longer seen as just something that happens within the boundaries of a city. But if you look, for instance, at, say, Boulder, Colorado, or Minneapolis, or Santa Fe, or even across Massachusetts with many of the towns, people are now starting to say, you know what, if we're going to be resilient in the future as a city, we need to have more options around how we control our energy supplies. And so cities are starting, as part of their resilience agendas, to buy back energy utilities. 10 years ago, we would never have thought of resilience as being this vast span of things, from engineering through social justice, through equity issues, to governance issues. And that's what I think is so exciting about working in this field. Resilience is not just for cities out there, it's for cities here. It really spans the world and covers most people. And so that's why I'm really looking forward to what's coming up today. And today is really going to be a sequence of panels, starting looking at past major crises in cities, coming on to look at what's happening today, and then going on to look at the future. As we said, we're going to run through lunch. We'll have a talk over lunch. People can go and get their bookie as they want, and that means that those who are watching us live don't have half an hour or sort of just watching us stuffing our mouths, which will probably be a little boring. So we'll kick off. I'll ask my old friend Nan Bazar to come and chair the first panel, introduce the first panel. Now, did we acquire the cards to hand out to people who want to? Right. So here's an idea. You know how at the end of a panel we ask the questions, people stand up, and rather than giving a question, they give you a 10-minute lecture on their view? So to get around that, though you can still do that slightly, we've got some little like business cards, which we will hand out. There's a lady at the back there who's holding them up. And if you want to write a question, if you want to ask a question, write it down on the card, grab one from her, write it down, pass it back to her, and then Nan will collect them, and then we can be slightly more organized around those questions. Works a little better for people online as well. Of course, you can still intervene with your 10-minute guideline, only I'll cut you off after 30 seconds. Okay, Nan, you ready?
Alice?
Don't touch it.
Professor Mixat, can you hear? One more for me.
Well, you can just press it.
Great, good morning, everyone. Is this working?
Yes.
I can't tell. It's wonderful to be here for the 3rd annual Global Disaster Preparedness Center event. Having watched the birth of this center, it's very exciting and inspiring to see what's been accomplished in a very short time by very dedicated, committed, intelligent people making an amazing network around the world, and this panels that we have indicate that. So really a big hats off to a great team. Now this first panel on 360 degrees of preparation is going to look at how some cities, some remarkable cities around the world, have coped with and learned from devastating disasters. I hope that that learning is going to help us in the future. I tend to be a half glasses full, so I'm looking forward to hearing what we're learning and how we're going to scale it up and save our planet. So I hope you four are ready to save our planet. Three of the cities that we're going to hear about are large urban areas that were hit by devastating earthquakes. And one, which is going to bring us back home to the United States, is a smaller city that was hard hit by floods. We will follow the order that's on the agenda in front of you, and I hope you have the new agenda that has Chris Allen at the end, because there was a fellow who was going to come talk, but he had, I don't know, some shuffling to do up in New York, so he didn't kind of join us. So we're very happy that Boulder could come join us instead. I won't read you their bios, they're in your packets, but these are very, very impressible, impressionable. Very impressive group of professors, medical doctors, social scientists, emergency managers. So I really ask you to look at their bios. I just want to say something from my perspective about cities and urban areas. We know how complex they are. We know that we're talking about law, we're talking about engineering, we're talking about social and cultural diversity. It's also very interesting to think about migration. We are facing more migration in the world than we ever have since the end of World War II. We're talking about millions and millions of people on the move. Some because of environmental degradation and climate, some from violence, some for economic moves, some for persecution. The net result is that urban areas around the world are magnets for migrants, and many of them are not inside the systems that we track and we know. So it's something just to think about, because big disasters are going to move people towards urban areas, and it's going to move them out, as we saw in Katrina. So disasters have the impact not only of people who are living in those cities, but things that knock on that we can't always imagine. So that's my particular lens that I'm thinking about at this point. But without further ado, we will start. And our first panelist is Christchurch, New Zealand, Elizabeth, who comes to us from the New Zealand Red Cross. Each of our panelists have a lot to say. They only have 10 minutes. They will be cut off. They know that. They're very unhappy with me, but we will hope to give them the full 10 minutes and really look forward to what you have to say. And we'll let you have the clicker until you don't follow the 10 minutes. Please, Elizabeth, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ned. I'm going to hold on to this as long as possible. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to you all. It's an honor to be here today. So, what we're going to talk about today is outrageous collaboration. So you may think you're in your seats here in Washington, but we're going to take you on a journey right now. So be prepared to leave your seats here. Oh, okay. And we're heading to Middle Earth, New Zealand. We're on a quest. So, yes. In New Zealand and Middle Earth, we are playing a game of risk. We are a young country. We're a very beautiful country, but as often happens in life, youth and beauty bring tremendous hazard. So you name it, we've got it. We're sitting in the ring of fire, earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, we've got it all. So as a small country, we have to be particularly prepared, and what we have learned from Christchurch and other events is basically what is most important is who you do it with. Who you do recovery with, who you build resilience with. This is what we've learned. So come and be part of what was our Mount Doom.
Every direction you look is excellent. absolutely catastrophic. Buildings have tumbled. There's 5-6-story building I can see in front of me. It is on a 30-degree lean. People are just making their way out of the centre of the city. At one point, about 20 minutes ago, I saw a couple of policemen pulling a body out of rubble that is drawn on a car. People with blood pouring down their faces, just walking the day down the road. In the last 20 minutes, people have sort of started to calm down a little bit, and they're slowly making their way out of town in a pretty much calm fashion. But at this stage, everyone is just shell-shocked.
So you might think that was our Mount Doom, but that was the second major earthquake. Add to that serious snowstorms, 14,000 aftershocks and flooding. So a lesson that I'd like to share with you is really imagine the impossible. Really stretch your imaginations to what can be a Mount Doom. But then again, what did we do with the Mount Doom? We brought together a whole lot of people to help us scale it. But just to talk about the scale for a moment, we needed to repair or replace 634 miles of roading. So it's 229 miles to New York, right? So just to give you an idea. Liquefaction, 400,000 tons of silt to be shoveled and removed constantly after aftershocks. 7,000 homes to be relocated. So what was most important was for us to bring a fellowship of recovery together, looking most importantly at who we did it with. So we did our own version of the wizards and the hobbits and the dwarfs and the elves, but they look more like engineers, economists, humanitarians, and people working in the natural environment. So our whole recovery program and all the work that we do is based on this idea of the fellowship of recovery, pulling together diverse people to help us to see the recover fent. The recover fent is based on the idea you have six, of the old story, you have 6 blind men and they're all asked to describe an elephant. And they all come back with a different piece of the picture. In recovery, it is very much the same thing. For the communities, it would often feel like the wall. For your public servants, it might feel like the rope, walking between setting national precedent and the outrage of the community. But it is only if you have a fellowship of recovery, it's only if you work with these different environments that you have a chance of seeing the whole recover fent. Recovery can also be pretty slow and pretty heavy, and it's good to have a good crew. It's another point. So thinking about bringing different sectors together, New Zealand Red Cross Recovery Program has moved in with the engineers who are leading the infrastructure rebuild. And we are looking at how we can create an outcome to grow, an incubator to grow outcomes, right, between our different skill sets, bringing together diverse people to look at how we solve problems in Canterbury. Yeah. The other thing we've done in collaboration, is leading in recovery. So this is a guide that we're putting together. We've interviewed over 100 people because we believe, and we have learned through our experience, that actually we need to lead back better first. Before you can build back better, you've got to lead back better. So this is a prototype, and we would like your input in the breaks, your ideas for how we improve this. So you can do it with us. Yeah, and I'd just like to shout out to Holly Griffin, who is in the audience, and David Lallimore, who are part of our design team, and they will talk with you about this in the breaks. Yeah, we're also looking at how we support emergent leaders in recovery, because so much comes from the grassroots, but what is our structure to support those leaders? So this is a big collaboration with a lot of partners to really support leaders in recovery. We have a $100 million financing urban community resilience project run by New Zealand Red Cross. But again, coming back to those environments, We've been working on business recovery grants, building grants, and a school children's grant to reach every child in Christchurch. But all of this policy has been developed in collaboration. What is most important is who you do it with. And then there's also supporting emotional well-being in urban disasters. How to reach a lot of people, how to teach them emotional literacy, how to support them with secondary stresses. So this is a big collaboration across a number of partners. What's really cool is there is no logo on this material, because we decided as a group that the community didn't need any more information. They were already struggling with absorbing information. So a lot about collaboration is getting over yourself first and getting over your own ego first in order to collaborate for the noble purpose, for what is best for communities. And the other thing is really important is who you think with. Yeah. So we've been fortunate to have David Lillimon from Stanford working with us to help us connect research, data, and leading knowledge with our programming. But what is our biggest challenge? Sometimes you really want to do it with people and they don't want to do it with you. Or they don't want to hear what you have to say. You know, we have this obligation, this responsibility to build resilience with as many people as we can. That is the only way, is to create this leadership wave to really create change. So we've just got to get people to listen, and we've got to work together. So what's most important is who you do it with. Thank you.
An Academy Award, I see it coming. Thank you very much, and really interesting to stress the social dimensions of working together, that often we're very focused on the engineering, which is of course a critical piece, but there are so many dimensions. We're now going to turn to another place. I wouldn't say a ring of fire, but Istanbul is certainly a extraordinary city. For those of you who haven't been, you need to put it at the top of your list. It's really the middle of the world, and we are very pleased to have Professor Nick That to join us, and I'm very excited. This is an extraordinary presentation of an extraordinary city. So thank you very much, and please begin.
Okay, thank you very much. After her nice presentation, my presentation will be a little bit like a lecturing stuff. The Istanbul is something like a very big city, like a 14 million people live, and kind of like 1 out of 5 people living in Istanbul in Turkey. So, I mean, it was like a 1940s like this. Now is kind of all generations of the buildings, from the 16th century to the 21. So we have a saying, that like east is east, west is west, Istanbul is something else. It doesn't look anywhere. It's kind of very special place. We have unfortunately a lot of hazards going around from historically. For example, earthquake, one of the top priority right now. But the flood is increasing by climate change, especially urban flood. We have a lot of problem. One of the things, we are not talking a lot about the technological disasters. That's the Bosporus, really. It looks like a pipeline of the petrol. So those ships, maybe explode near one of the biggest towns. It may be 1 million people disappear in a second. This is something we're not talking about much, but this is, I think, is one of the biggest problems. We have to be concerned. Okay, then this is the urban floods. Now they are very destructive in the big cities. They are costing like more than $1 million a year in events. So this is one of the big problems for now. It's increasing every day. So if you remember 1999 Marmara earthquake, it caused a lot of social, economical losses. So it estimated 18,000 people lost, but not sure about it. It's kind of cost more than 20 billion cost, indirectly cost. This is a very direct estimation, but it lost a lot of jobs or any other things. So this is the one earthquake also affected Istanbul. It was at the east of Istanbul, but some of district in Istanbul people die and many houses collapse. Okay, now we are waiting our turn. Okay, here is the latest earthquake happened. Now this is the fault line is silent for many years. We are expecting to break up. If this all fault line break up altogether, we will maybe face like a 7.7 or 7.5 Richter scale the earthquake. So this will be like Turkey's, almost half of the gross national products producing over this area. I don't know why we concentrate all this here. Everybody is here, Anyway, that's something is funny. So traffic is everything is worse, but we're not dealing with traffic as a disaster for now. I think it's a big disaster for us. Okay, this is what we expect if this happens. This is the more optimistic scenario, But some people say the loss of life can be reached to 100,000. So this is kind of the number of buildings made heavily damaged. So this cannot be handled by search and rescue. That's what we are telling the people, because Turkish disaster management, is mostly focused on both disaster area. So they say, we are ready, we will handle it, but nobody can handle this much building, I think there is in the universe, there is not this much, the search and rescue teams or anything else. So we need to be risk management instead of the crisis management, because this cannot be handled by the risk crisis management team. It will be difficult. Okay, these are what we are preaching in Turkey. Say, okay, it's not a fate, it's choice, something like that. And don't only be concerned on the search and rescue or recovery or response, but mitigation is more important things. Yeah, that's cheap teaching and all these kind of things. So we have come something, not yet, everything is finished, but we will accomplish some of the. Okay, this is the cycle we are aiming. In Turkey, we usually have a response and recovery. This is part of the crisis management. Now we are taking attention to here. This is newly established disaster emergency management. So we just ended this part. This is the new department, which was in that mitigation and recovery. This is municipalities, 2005. There is a new law put into effect. So municipalities responsible about mitigations, all kind of things. And this is the provincial level. So these are the services, all those groups. Now we are integrating the volunteers in this group in Istanbul. So it's not easy to put the volunteers into the mitigation planning. All the volunteers, NGOs in Turkey, at the side of the heroic side, search and rescue, and save the people, make the picture, all those uniforms, they are very attractive. Okay, these are just summary of what we've done so far. This is like the insurance pool is one of the biggest in the world. It's very big insurance pool, can be handled like a $20 billion damage. Okay, this is like a creative municipality of Istanbul. They established earthquake master plan. It have every step of it. It's very nice. You can find English part of it on the website. Okay, this is the biggest project in Istanbul is going on. Seismic risk mitigation and emergency preparedness project. But we want, this project to integrate all over Turkey. So Istanbul is this good example of those things. So urban renewable projects going on a lot on the district level. So the community training is met and Turkish Red Crescent. Also, we are now start to deal with the floodplain management. All the big cities and then some of the Anatolian parts. Okay, this is the cycle. This is the ISPEP project. You can see, it do some all of things in all stages. So we are not on now concerned on the response and recovery. Okay, this is the built-in constructions going a lot, like a critical facilities, like a school, like lifelines, hospitals, bridges. Now it's reconstructing and rebuilding. It is, and some of that building, we need to be demolished, but historical building we cannot demolish. Don't make any mistake like that, but it can be anyway. Okay, this is a creative municipalities earthquake master plan. It has everything inside, like a package for the implement for training, education, all kind of things. So this will be okay. If we apply all, There will be a lot of things here. All here, the science and the technology. Put it here. The university is involved in this project. Okay, I don't know how much time I'm doing. Okay, this is like a what?
You have about 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, this is like a flood warning system and ice, like here. In Istanbul, there is little bit snow, but when it's happened, all cities shut down. It's kind of a big problem.
Just like here.
Here. Okay, this is the municipalities. Like we are, I mean, forcing the people to look the equation like this. Not only the hazard. Most of the problem we have vulnerabilities. We cannot change the hazard like an earthquake. Somebody saying we can do something to fault lines, but I don't believe. Nobody believes them anyway. So ask the people to. This is local people like municipalities, workers. Ask them, to discover their hazards and their solution themselves. Not the same by from us, from the God or something. Okay, they let them discover themselves and solve the problem. Okay, these are the new hazard and risk analysis maps for districts. So we are urging them to do it. We can prepare this as the universities together with them and then put them in front of them so they can be planning or whatever they make a big school or anything. Okay, this is one of the district mayor. He was running the election. He forced him to, convince him to, put some promises, put the election things, So he said, when I get elected, I will fix your furniture at home if you wish. So I will make a park, you can meet, and I prepare the water, something there. So all the emergency need will be provided. Okay, this is my university. After 1999, we together with FEMA, Emergency Management Institute, we established a master degree program. So they come in Turkey, we come here a lot to get a lot of trainings about disaster management. Because we are very good on the response and recovery, but we don't really know about disaster management. So this is one of the partnerships out of many. So these are the books, we adapted from the English to the Turkish. So we change everything, but keep the, the main concepts of the disaster management. So we publish and train and teach about disaster management in Turkey right now. Okay, thank you very much.
Beautiful. Really a fascinating presentation. Obviously, the thing that struck me about this presentation is the limits of response. That we focus so much on response, and in fact, when you're talking about 10,000 buildings, it's not about response. It's really about getting ahead of that curve. So really appreciate that. And we hear again the partnership piece, that wonderful word that means different things to different people. So speaking about partnerships, Haiti's had its share of partners. We are joined here by Dr. Yolene, and she is does everything in Haiti, and has that wonderful combination of Harvard and Haiti, which I love. Really pleased that you could join us, and thank you very much. And please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Do you allow me to stand up?
Absolutely.
That's better for me. I don't speak when I'm sitting. Let me look like that. Yeah.
And please be writing down your questions. We'll be collecting them. So if you have particular questions, let us know.
It's okay. Right now, I need basically, when I speak, I stand up. And I don't consider that your paper is your yellow things is something important for me. I'm not going to look at you. But I'll try to keep in the 10 minutes. Okay, they asked me to talk about Haiti and Port-au-Prince in particular. Okay, to tell you how much the impact of the earthquake was great, I put two pictures there. That's a graffiti and that's a painting. That painting appeared less than a month after the earthquake, and that shows you the importance of the earthquake. Everything was broken, and there is a journalist was saying that Haiti was disarticulated, and I think that graffiti show that what's happening. in Haiti at that time. And everybody here knows the story. Okay, 5 years after, we remember. And I look at the painting, because in Haiti, people are artists. And I look at the painting and try to find out what painting can express that rebuilding. And this painter in dream show what it is and what he expects it to be after a while, but we are still dreaming about what that can be. For ourselves, resilience is not only building infrastructure, it's also generate knowledge, a mechanism to allow community to take appropriate decision and be able to rapidly to go back on the development curve. And before I present the result of what we did for the last 5 years, I want to introduce Port-au-Prince, because I have to talk about Port-au-Prince. What we call the Port-au-Prince metropolitan area is an agglomeration of 6 cities altogether, like Port-au-Prince himself, Pétionville, Carrefour, Delma, Tabar, and Cité Soleil. As you can see here, that's Port-au-Prince is right there. But that's a map of that metropolitan area. That's a small place. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about that small place. And we have 2/3 of the population living there. You can see that that's a very crowded situation. I take that picture with the slum in Pétionville, what they call Jalousie, because I know that maybe all of you will see Jalousie and it's on the web. And Jalousie has a nice picture because one side is in color and the other side is in black and white. The color part is the part where we have investment after the earthquake and we reinforce the houses and the community. And the black and white is what we still have to do. And I think that will show you what it is. We will begin by development of tools. Well, just after the earthquake, I have to say that the day of the earthquake, we signed a contract with a company who's supposed to develop our building code. Unfortunately, that day, 3 of the engineers who was with us, and we're supposed to begin to have a meeting the next day, died. And even so, that company sent new engineers, and we get our building codes. Then the building code was done in 2012, 2 years after, but just after the earthquake, we have some norms and guide to rebuild and repair. We also continue to develop knowledge, and what we found is there is a lot of knowledge about Haiti, and most of the time that's in the library and the computer of everywhere in the world, but the people in Haiti doesn't know themselves what's going on. Then what we have that we do understanding with Haiti, and we have like 400 people there coming from several organizations to learn about what is the tools that we develop, how we can decrease the vulnerability of the country and working together. We are continuing on that process and generate information, and that's one of the things. Before that, I have to talk about some lessons learned about the study. I tell you, most of our study are in the computer and in the head of somebody else, not really of the people who has to take decision on the ground in Haiti. But one of the things also happen is that when we are looking at the support that we receive in Haiti, donors invest in knowledge development, but they forget about which one is going to apply it. And the next step never done. Most of the time, and I'm sure that I'm going to repeat myself, and you are talking about coordination. And she was saying so nicely that you have to rebuild leadership. Ourselves are still talking about coordination. We are not in this type of leadership. We have to go further. And it's great to remind us that we have one step to go. But when I'm talking about that, we seem to be everybody wants to put a new layer on the top of the other when we are talking about coordination. And what's happening is by coordinate the coordinator and coordinator, we don't go too much further. that's in the cloud, you know. And we invest in infrastructure, and we are going to have a new administrative city. As you can see, that the building is going on. We used to have a 2 stories administrative building. Right now we are talking about 7 stories building, and because we realized that Port-au-Prince is too small to keep everything on flat, and we are building up, and that's a lot of effort to be sure that that building is going to support an earthquake, but we do that. And one of the lessons we learn is that go fast if you get the money. If you don't get the money and you rely on our own generating money, the Asian government money, that goes really slow. And on that process also, that's an example. The Court of Cassation is almost done after 5 years. You can see the difference between the other ones. That's because they get their money, you know, on ground, and that goes faster. We are rebuilding also the university hospital. That's the plan, and that's where we are right now. We also work on the rehabilitation of public space. That's a theater that we are going to have in the center. That's a good thing, because that can be a good place for everybody to be there. Good recreation place, but also it can be a shelter by itself. And some public places are finished, like Pétionville, Place Boyer. You can see our president and the mayor of Pétionville for the inauguration. And the concept is interesting because they have place for lecture and sport, with not only just a green part, what it used to be. We have also some, we learned a few things. And I was talking about understanding this, but to make some study, we were talking about the great association between Harvard and Haiti. We have an association between Harvard, MIT, and Haiti, and we learned a few things with them. We confirmed some few things, and we realized that it's not only, when we are talking about rehabilitation, we have to rebuild, roads, and to make people able to move. It's not only building, and sometimes in some slums it's not the road that we need. We need corridor and we need stairs, and that's one of the things which changed the life of the population. And I can say right now, even in the slum, we find out where we put the stairs and the corridor, and it's well done. The level of criminality goes down in the corridor, and that's something that we have to look at. And for housing, that's what it was in previously. You can see how much it was risky for the people to work there, and right now what it look like. That's the road that we rebuilt, and you can see the road before and after, and it's very important to have that. And we don't forget about drainage. I think I lost myself. Back, please. Back again. We shouldn't forget about drainage, because everybody are rebuilding, and sometimes when we don't drain, we have flooding, and we have to remember about that. And we also have public services like water supplies. As you know, we have a cholera outbreak just after the earthquake, and then we have some public services that was. I'm going to conclude, don't worry. Okay, but that's because that's not move.
Do you need one more?
No, just I cannot. Back again. I cannot don't stop on that. Please, 1 minute. I'm going to conclude. That's what I call a ghost city. That's the first area was rebuilt in Haiti. Is on the Monacabri, a little bit outside of Port-au-Prince. But so far, I take time to go back there and be sure that there is nobody there. And I can tell you, 1 week from last week, I went there to be sure, and it's still empty. That because when they built it, They don't consider how people are going to be able to reach that place, how they are going to live in that place. And that's something important. Thank you to let me talk about that. We build knowledge. That's the Red Cross people. We do a lot of things for public awareness also. And I talk already about coordination. There's so many coordination. And I'm just going to conclude with Clarence Wynwa, who is a journalist. He said 5 years after the earthquake, there is a lot of effort was made to rebuild the picture, the image of the capital. But behind that public space we are rebuilding right now, the misery is still there in the slum, and that nothing was changed. And the health of the poor Haitian remain fragile, and recommendation is still, we have to, reconstruction is some things that we still have to look at several different aspects. That means 5 million doesn't rebuild the country. Myself, I will say that looking at the reconstruction of Port-au-Prince, we seem to have a puzzle when we lost a few piece of the puzzle, and where some piece of puzzle doesn't fit together. And we really have to consider that if we really have to build a new Port-au-Prince and will be resistant to disaster. Thank you.
Dr. Yolene, thank you very much. And clearly anyone who's been in Haiti knows the mixed blessing of a lot of external support and too much coordination, but you've really given us a very powerful insight into the challenges and the importance of building back, not just better physically, but socially, and the relationship of work and location. So thank you very much. It was really great. Our final panelist joins us from the mountain state of Colorado. And we're going to be talking now, leaving 3 huge earthquakes and moving to floods, which are maybe not as dramatic, but are as dramatic as it looks like. Chris, thank you very much.
Sure, yeah. So, my name is Chris Allen, and I'm going to talk today about a very brief study that we actually did with GBPC support. Floods in September 2013 in Colorado. Just to give you a picture of what it was like, we got 85% of our annual rainfall in 5 days, and it kept raining. And what that turned into was the biggest floods that we'd had in a century. And it turned out to be a fascinating case study, because you take the city of Boulder, which is, prides itself on being a very progressive city, very innovative city government, very well resourced, yet still, even though the city had tried to do everything possible, we still got whacked. There was still considerable damage, and so it was a wonderful opportunity to look at what built resilience in the area of the city and county of Boulder, and what was the source of some of the vulnerabilities. So there is actually a study. You can be the first on your block to get hold of this study. There's some outside if you like, and there's a lot more depth in here than you'll be able to hear today. I'm just going to touch on some of the high points. But it was actually a fascinating test for a lot of the concepts that we've been talking about for a long time about resilience. So we actually looked at it. We've got kind of 3 mental categories, or 3 buckets that we put what we saw in there. We looked at the physical infrastructure and the ecosystems, which is common in this business. We also looked at the people in the organizations, the human systems. How were they set up? What did they contribute, and where did they get in the way of resilience? And then we also looked at the legal and cultural norms, the rules of the game, which things promoted flexibility and quick response, and which things actually got in the way. So let's see if we can do this without opening someone's garage. Oops, sorry. Okay, so so you're talking about a century rainfall event, a 100-year event, in places 1,000-year events. City of Boulder has 14 drainages coming through it. It's when you leave here and you go west, you drive flat until you hit Boulder, and then the mountains go like that. So there's 14 drainages coming out of the foothills into the city, and then in the county there's a few more. The emergency planners had done scenarios. They've done training for 2 and sometimes even perhaps 3 floods, 3 of these drainages flooding at the same time. They had never imagined that all 14 would go at the same time. In terms of physical systems, so this is one of 2 water treatment plants for the city of Boulder. The classic resilience characteristics of redundancy. They were really glad they had 2 because one of them got knocked out. Power went out and it was completely gone. So this one plant was actually supporting the entire city for probably a week. And there were 2 poor guys up there. The road was cut off. They couldn't get in. They couldn't get out. The 2 guys who were on duty were there for a long, long time. One guy was out pulling debris out of the screens. The other guy was inside, doing whatever it is you do inside. If this had gone down, and it was actually inches away from going down, then you would have looked at a total evacuation of this city. What was interesting was the maintenance of this system was a great example of a culture of flexibility. So we're talking about infrastructure, hard stuff, bricks and mortar here, but actually the key to it was the human organization behind it. These 2 poor guys there actually had the discretion to do what they needed to get the job done. They ran out of chlorine at one point, so they had to get more in, and the city engineers actually wound up cutting new roads over, kind of old 100-year-old logging roads that are forgotten about, and across property, private property that people didn't, normally you couldn't cross. Interestingly, their bosses, the engineers, said, no, we have to do the EIA, you can't do this, there's a whole process, we have to model this, and the backhoe operator said, no, I can do this. And they gave them the ability to do it. It was really, who would have thought of the legal liabilities? They let these guys do it, and they saved the city, actually. There's a second piece. Boulder's very proud of its open space program. Started back in 1967, I think citizens voted to tax themselves for the first time for this, and it's done it ever since. And everyone thinks open space is a great place to walk the dog, we can go bird watching. Well, it turns out it also has a huge role in flood control. So this is an area actually not far from where I live, and it's actually a great illustration because you can actually see, I don't know how well it shows up on the PowerPoint, the creek flows through, and where the open space was, the creek overflowed its banks like it's supposed to, caused very little damage, which worked great until it hit the neighborhood right at the top of the slide there in the north. Those are some of the most devastated houses in the whole city. This is on the ground right after it's Boulder, so someone had to kayak on this thing. But this is what it looked like. That's what you would call safe failure. The system failed safely at averting disaster. The other major piece of infrastructure that people are very proud of is the Greenway program. They look like bike paths. They are bike paths, but they actually have many other functions, many other uses. They're there for transportation, recreation. They maintain water quality. And what's interesting is, it's just a bunch of concrete. No, there's a huge constituency that supports this and the open space program. People fight for this stuff. They're willing to pay for it. And in times when they're hard to put together, there's actually a bit of a groundswell of people who come out to support these things. Let's see. So jumping on to human systems, and I'll talk about it all the way from the spontaneous activity all the way up to municipal and local government. This is actually 7th Street in Boulder. One of the creeks completely jumped its banks. 7th Street became Gregory Creek. And as in many disasters you're all familiar with, people just came out of the woodwork to fight this stuff. There was not one, but 2 organizations that emerged to help people. And one of them has now turned into one of the major community mobilizing organizations in the area around disasters. As we heard in Christchurch, the challenge was for the existing organizations and the existing local governments, how do you deal with an organization that your insurance company feels it is impossible to work with? And it was really interesting, the situation, how people figured out ways to do this. But the emerging groups actually mobilized thousands of volunteers that the United Way and the Red Cross and the city couldn't touch. These were untrained people. They were too much of a liability. So as they're in this recovery period now, people are figuring out how to train people to manage this amazing resource that emerges everywhere. The NGOs were fantastic. They were incredibly adaptable. This is the NGO sector in this area is very well organized. What's interesting is in the recovery period, they could not get together. You had hundreds of fantastic NGOs doing great work, but they couldn't coordinate. And so what that meant was that one of the main problems was, and this was a legal impediment, that no one in the NGO sector wanted local government to get a look at their database of undocumented people. And that continues to be a problem to this day. The local government response was really terrific. They were very well coordinated, unlike some other areas of Colorado in recent disasters, working very well together. And they had learned from past events. There had been an enormous fire in 2010. The economic downturn in 2008 required local government and the NGOs to get together. And so they already had their numbers in each other's cell phones. They'd already had their contracts signed. It was really easy to ramp up right away. We don't pay a lot of attention to the private sector, but in this disaster, as in most of them, having a well-developed private sector was actually key to getting through it and to recovering. The finance system, the thing of the disaster you've been to where the longest line is always at the ATM machine, it's not where they're handing out the blankets. And the fact that credit cards worked, the power didn't go down, the ATMs worked, people were able to recover much faster and actually minimize the damage that was happening. As a longtime tree hugger, I don't normally give shout out to the oil and gas industry, but in this case, they were very well trained. They shut down stuff right away. They had excellent flexible technologies that really prevented what could have been a much bigger disaster. And from the perspective of legal and cultural norms, it's interesting. We talk about the ability to. We had a pile of invisible people, and even though there were clear legal pathways that undocumented immigrants could be handled, it was just too touchy, and to this day, we don't even know how many people we lost in the area. It was just, couldn't find another basement apartment somewhere, couldn't find another job, had to head somewhere else. A huge problem was sewage backup. One of the biggest sources of damage was sewage backup into people's houses, and if you figure the ability to learn is one of the keys of resilience, this has been a major impediment to learning because the city's terrified that if they start talking openly about what happened to sewage, they're going to get sued. And so actually what's interesting is how they've fobbed that over onto the NGO sector. So you guys can talk about it. We'll even tell you what to say, but we can't say it, and we can't say it publicly. So like all good studies and like all good efforts, this is actually it's been a moment of opportunity for building resilience. A group has emerged from this, Boko Strong. It's come out. It unites local governments. Some of the nonprofits haven't been able to bring in local business yet, but that's still happening. And the whole idea is that we'll have a higher level of social capital, a higher level of networking, a much greater understanding of all these elements of resilience that contribute to this. And yes, as someone did this study, I got sucked into this group. Spending a lot of time in meetings with really wonderful, inspiring people. Yeah.
Good, thank you. That was quite a travel from Washington around the world and back. Really, thank you. That was a terrific set of case studies and learning. Floor is open. I don't know if we've received any written questions, but people are also welcome to stand up and make a comment or a question to a particular panelist, or if you'd like it generally addressed. But you can ask people to stand up. Just trying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Or I'm going to pick someone who's not on the front line and not who's chairing. And not who knows everyone in the room. I'd like to start with the woman in green, and then to put your hand up, please, if you'd like to say something. So one in the back there. Okay, let's start with the green and then go to Gavin and.
Hi, thanks very much to everyone on the panel and for the event today, despite the weather. My name is Betsy Baldwin with the Salvation Army. just curious on the building code that you mentioned in Haiti, how the rollout of that has gone and how the enforcement of that has gone at private homes, especially outside of Port-au-Prince. Thanks very much.
Maybe we'll just take 2 or 3 questions and then open it up. Yeah.
Good morning, Mike from the Red Cross based in Panama, Latin American office. My question is more, I found very interesting the comments from Colorado on the importance of ATMs. I'm just wondering to what extent, something that's been discussed a lot in the Red Cross about using debit card as a mechanism for response. How relevant would that be, or has been in the other 3 contexts of this point?
Roy?
Well, for Christchurch, I was wondering, how does the response behavior factor into the recovery plan?
Great. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Priya Sonova of Humanitarian. My question is for Professor Vital. You talked a lot about the efforts at local in Istanbul. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit more what's happening at the community level and how things are connected.
Great, let's stop there and go to our 4 panelists. We'll go in the order. So, Port-au-Prince first, Nafiel.
Yes, you are asking about the building code. It is there, and we have several documents we have to apply it. We make the information available to the engineer, to the they call that in English.
To builders, constructors.
To the constructor builders, yes. And sometimes we also have documents for people who are illiterate to be able to learn about that and apply it. The weak part is we needed to reinforce our institution and public institution, because if the public institutions are not reinforced, they don't have the ability to force people to apply, and they don't have the ability also to check on what is done. For health institution, we develop a checklist to help engineers and help people to check if it apply or not. But for the health institution, it's already done by engineer. What we really want to have is having a checklist also for for private construction all over the country, and that's something we're still missing, and we have to go on that.
Thank you very much. Second question about ATMs and debit cards.
It wasn't for me, that was for the other 3. They wanted to hear what.
I'm so
I
sorry.
had raised the issue, but they wanted to hear it, how that worked out, panned out in other areas.
Oh, I misinterpreted that. So others,
Is that
if you could,
right?
yeah, I'm so sorry. Thank you for that clarification. For the 3 other panelists, any thoughts on the use of cash, ATMs, how, instead of just giving blankets, food, how you see.
I can't hear your question.
So sorry. What's it? Wait, I'm sorry. So the question is, how is cash and debit cards and other kinds of cash transfers, have they been used in the 3 other disasters that we've heard about, not just in the U.S., as opposed to food, water, materials? So if anyone wants to speak about the use of cash in the disaster response, that would be very helpful.
Okay, we have several experience using cash, and the most we didn't use ATM in Haiti too often. We do have that, but it's not for the general population. We use a cell phone, and we send money by cell phone, and they have type of cash, and the people can go to the bank and get their money, and they can pay with your cell phone, and that's something that's going up in Haiti right now.
Okay. We are urged to people, not send, the kind of food or something, to send money or donate money so you can buy locally. And also the refugee camps or those disaster people they put them together is give them debit card so they can shop with that card with a limit from a food store or any kind of clothes. That's kind of things you are doing.
Yeah. Again, cash has been really important. So New Zealand Red Cross has run a $100 million cash grants program. We're writing that up, all about that in a manual, so that'll be available from us. That gives really all the details. But we did 31 different cash grants, covering all sorts of things. So hugely important for empowering people, empowering communities, even community-led cash grants, right, to get grassroots communities back on their feet. So a lot of information about that, too much to share right now. In terms of the banks, some really innovative things. You know, we had banks in a shipping container where the bank set up their ATMs so that people could access them more easily, and especially in these areas that were really impacted, which I think was great. And also the banking sector really responded and had to be flexible. When you have 7,000 people having to relocate, you have people who are trying to pay mortgages and pay rentals, high rentals on other properties. So the banking sector were, you know, really had to respond in the case of Christchurch. Thank you.
Great, and I would just say for all of you who are involved in cash, watch this space, because the mix of technology and banking is going to only become that much more critical, not just in disaster response, but all sorts of development. In Africa, there's 54 currencies. There's going to be half the ways where you mitigate trying to work across such a range to have more flexibility. There was a question for Christchurch. I didn't get it. Yes.
Right, how the coordination and response flowed into recovery.
Right, and anticipatory planning during the recovery phase, right?
So, as often happens, I would say that recovery is the poor cousin in terms of planning. So we were much more organized in terms of our response and had strong coordination in our response. We also have really robust legislation under our Civil Defence and Emergency Management Act. However, the implementation of recovery frameworks was not robust enough for the impact and the size of Christchurch. So very quickly after the event, the second event in February, the government put together a Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Act. So quickly developed the legislation to enhance the coordination of efforts for the Christchurch earthquake. I would suggest it's much better to do this in advance. I think also, while we did have planning instruments for recovery, what is super important is not just to have it in a page, right, or in a book somewhere, oh yeah, that's our recovery plan, but to actually have the human framework that underpins that, you know, so that people are part of the process of developing it, they understand it, they put it together, you know, that people have in their cell phones the names of all of the other people that can actually pull it together on the ground when it happens. So I think that's a huge learning for us, that we would really suggest a greater focus on pre-disaster recovery planning, the human framework to underpin it, and a real test of legislation in the worst case scenario and some real thought beforehand. Yeah, so I hope that answers your question.
Elizabeth, while we have you online, someone asked if you could be a bit more specific about the key partnerships. You spoke a lot about the importance of the fellowship, but if you could actually name some of the key partners and why that dynamic was so important.
Sure, happy to. So I'll just, to answer that question, give a couple of examples. So with the school children's grant, we wanted to reach every child in Christchurch. That was our goal. But then how did we do it? So what we did was we pulled together the Ministry of Education, the school principals, the health department, public school boards, and we said to them, come together and help us develop this policy. So basically we designed and developed it together, and then we had really amazing acceptance of that. Another partnership that collaboration that I spoke about is the New Zealand Red Cross recovery team moving in with the engineers, in with SCIRT. What we found early in the event is people wanted to really talk about their experiences, you know. They wanted to share and make meaning of what had happened to them. But this was not too helpful for the people rebuilding the roads, right? Because their job is to get on and build the road. So we found that if we sent our volunteers out with the people building the roads, they could build the roads and we could do our job connecting people to social services. We also identified many opportunities we wish we had connected on, right? We were getting 4,000 calls a week. This information could have been really helpful. The engineers had the data collection, the GIS, and the methodology to translate that into the stats that we needed for both of us. Okay, so we missed that opportunity. So now we are looking at the future. We're using some design thinking, and we're saying, we know there's some really good stuff here. How can we collaborate in the future so we don't miss any more opportunities? Also, just being co-located in a collaborative space makes it really amazing to have these conversations about what we're doing, about what they're doing in community. But we've been really intentional about how we've designed that. Oh, that's good. I have one more. Please. Thank you. On a bigger scale, we have so many lessons from Christchurch. And something that is really difficult is after disasters, we just don't learn lessons. Have you noticed that? Like constantly not learning lessons. So we're saying, as a country, how can we work together to really learn from Christchurch? So what we're doing is developing a national lessons learned framework so that all the different components from government to NGOs to academia can look at their national lessons, and we can have an intentional plan to put them into a national framework, which can then also be accessed by anyone who wants to. But the key thing is Wellington is then looking at, okay, that national framework, how can we put that into our pre-disaster recovery framework for Wellington? But again, it has to be underpinned by that human framework to make it work when the time comes. All right.
Very exciting. Professor Mikdad, we have a series of questions for you. The first was a question about the level of community engagement in this earthquake plan. The second is, could you say a bit about the relationship between the earthquake master plan and the current Istanbul master plan, which we've heard about probably more through a political lens than an urban renewal lens? And are there urban renewal considerations for particular vulnerable areas? How do they all Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, this community levels, there is a lot of things going on the community level because the community-based disaster management are the main target. So we have like a motto for like safe city, safe life, without using the earthquake or disaster. We are telling the people that this information or training skills you need every day, every time. So don't think that like on the disaster you need to have a skill for the help themselves, yourself or the friends, whatever all the around. So we try to make the people to get ready for golden hours, for 3 days. There is a lot of things, on the 15 public training modules. You can find these flyers, out the table there. There is a web page, and you can go there. You can download the English books that we create for the people, different level, like for family, for school, hospital, industries, or how to reform, fix the voice, the furniture, all kind of things, You can do that, you can have it this, and you can download the books, it's free to use. So we are trying to people that tell them that they are alone when earthquake happens, the first 3 days. So they need to be ready. So they, many NGOs or people, also the Istanbul government should try to help us create those NGOs and encourage the community level preparedness. So this will help you a lot on this matter, Okay, a Christian municipality of Istanbul, they create earthquake master plan. That one is, contains a training, legal things, and all kind of information. But that plan doesn't say, which district, in which part, what kind of urban renovation it should go. There is no information there. Now the urban renovation in some district municipalities, contacting in many cities, part of cities, but they are not so much, one of the district has the most, it's 10% of the city is subject to renovation. Some of those parts, is not creating too much value, For those contractors come and rebuild the buildings, they are looking for the income, what should be after that. They can sell it easily. So some part of the district is very lucky. They are luxury part. So many people wants to renovate and create new towns there. But some part, around Istanbul, nobody care about it because it's not economical value. So it's kind of big, but urban innovation is very important because you cannot handle so many buildings when they collapse.
Interesting questions been raised about issues of liability. And Chris, you mentioned this, which is that there were some constraints around insurance and property rights, et cetera. There's a question for the panel. I'll start with Dr. Yolene about how Haiti or Port-au-Prince faced similar constraints and how the public sector maneuvered around those who either had liability claims or insurance and property rights claims, sort of the mix of the private sector and governance, and how that was addressed, or particularly as a public servant. And if you would like to add anything to either Christchurch or Istanbul, that would be helpful.
This aspect is one of our weakness because not a lot of people has insurance. That's the basic things. People are building and living without, protect their investment. But we do have, some industries or big, let's see, the wealthier part of the country, the people living in the country to have insurance. And it was a very difficult issue to answer to the claim because sometimes let's say if you build a house and you have your property document and we find a lot of weakness on that, and it was really that's really a big issue. I was talking about understanding this, and we have a panel on that. But even on that panel, the government and private sector working on that cannot find the final, decision on what they have to do and what decision to make. And maybe in the next 2 months, we are going to have another panel. And I will invite you and invite that person who sent the question if she gave me her address, because we're going to have a 1 or 2 days discussion on that, because that's a big issue and that's some things that we needed working on.
That's great, thanks. Anything you'd like to add from Christchurch?
Yes, around insurance. So New Zealand is very well insured, so around about 90% coverage for insurance. We have both a private and a public insurance scheme. So EQC is our public insurance scheme, and they do the first assessment and pay up to the first, say, $100,000 or so. But the difficulty is when you have so many claims and then you have the intersection between the private and public insurance system. And then you have to make a new claim for each new event, which in Christchurch just compounded the number of claims over and over and over again because we kept having event after event after event. Also, our public insurance scheme scaled up from about 24 people to over 1,000 people just like that, which had its own system administrative issues associated with that. So whilst having a high level of insurance is admirable, and our public scheme makes it affordable for people also, it is one of the greatest secondary stresses for Cantabrians, and just the sheer amount of claims and the complexity of claims, especially, we have land damage and we're insured for land damage under the public system. It is really, really quite complex and really stressful for a lot of people.
Would you like to add anything more on the liability?
I did want to add one thing. Yeah, so it's interesting. The whole flood insurance scheme in the United States is based on flood maps, and there was lots and lots of damage avoided in the Boulder area because people had not, in fact, built in floodplains. It started in the 70s when they had people going. What happened to the floods was that the creek moved, but the flood maps didn't. And there's been an enormous problem in recovery because legally the county can't give building permits or can't give occupancy permits if you're still in the floodplain, but there's no creek there anymore. And they've been bending over backwards trying to work with people, but FEMA has been, these things take a long time to do. And it's been a major headache. So that's where you talk about how zoning works until it doesn't. And it's been a major impediment. It was a major mitigating factor beforehand, and now it's a major impediment.
Dr. McCann, do you want to add anything on kind of public sector management of insurance and liability?
Okay, I mean, in Turkey, we have like an insurance called compulsory disaster insurance. It's kind of name is compulsory, but people only, there is a checkpoints, like if you want to apply for electricity or buy house, they will ask you, do you have insurance or not? But after that, people may not renew the insurance policies. So this is like around Istanbul, like a 50% people having insurance. If you go to the east, it will reduce down. So that we are not talking about the flood insurance, flood insurance. We don't have a drought insurance either. These are two things, people talking how we can implement this, like a nation flood insurance program or something. They are looking for this stuff. And to this, earthquake insurance also include the fire, like avalanche or landslide because of the earthquake. The earthquake may damage your house, but it may create avalanches or something. Those include that one. So the insurance, like an earthquake, is very strong right now. It's keep increasing every day. Every shaking of the earthquake, that insurance rising a little bit, kind of things. So nature, warning people.
I like the idea of rates rising with the number of shakes. That's an interesting ratio.
Yeah, we got it.
There's quite a serious question for each of you, particularly as your watershed disaster events have happened 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago. And this is the question of knowing that longer-term thinking required for investment in prevention it takes quite a bit of social capital to be committed to long-term investments. And the question, things like the Boulder green space or the retrofitting of the schools in Istanbul are terrific examples. And the question is, how strong is the awareness and how long does the social demand stay for these things? When you have competing requirements in government to do so many things, it's not always a big demand as the years fade, people's memories fade about how important retrofitting is or floodplain. So the question for each one of you is, how are you seeing that play out over a period of years? Do you see the interest maintaining? Do you see your public sector being able to keep those commitments even when the public's interest might wane? Or how are you affected by the public's interest when the government interest starts to wane? Dr. Yolene, let's start with that.
Difficult issue. Because one of the things is people tend to forget quickly enough about the previous event because they have to face the day-to-day reality, and sometimes it's more stressful than what maybe happened at one point of time. Secondly, in Haiti, as you know, even after the earthquake up to now, there is so many political movements. Then it's very difficult when you introduce a subject, let's say, in Parliament, to have a regulation or law to be able to continue it. As a matter of fact, today we just have exactly 11 elected people, 10 from the Senate and 1 is the president. Then it's very difficult to go on that and to follow the process. But still, we are working at development of norms and try to have the norms developed and hopefully be able to apply it. But when you don't have laws, it's difficult to enforce the norms that you are doing. We hope that we get the two things for a point of time in Haiti, not having disaster and having a stable government.
So 14,000 earthquakes has a huge psychological impact on people. 4 years on, a study recently released, 46% of people in Canterbury are still worried about earthquakes. So we've had a huge push to change our legislation, and we've had 2 changes in legislation made. One in the Resource Management Act, recognising that natural hazard planning needs to have a higher priority within decision making and within the hierarchy of the legislation. And another one regarding the building code, and seismic assessments of buildings must be now completed within 5 years, and those measures, safety measures, undertaken within 15 years. So we have seen legislative change. I'd just like to say, though, that before the earthquakes in Christchurch, we knew that unreinforced masonry would kill people. We knew that the risks of liquefaction, and yet we still developed there. So there is this gap between what we know and what we do. And so I think, again, coming back to that, the Fellowship of Resilience now, like how we all get together to help with that conversation, and that conversation in preparedness for a disaster, but also with communication experts and psychologists and behavioural change people to how are we going to bridge this divide? You know, what are our unlikely bedfellows, the people that we work with to make this happen in new ways? I think is really important. And it's a tough conversation to have, because you're basically saying you want to have a national conversation about acceptable levels of risk, right? Not an easy conversation to have. And we have another one to have about hazard retreat. We don't have a hazard retreat policy, but in terms of climate change, this is another national conversation that we're going to have. And these really are not easy, and are really going to, again, require collective leadership, because they're often really politically unpopular decisions. So it takes real leadership and courage to make them. And that collective effort, again, I just have to keep saying.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can put your finger right on the central issue that we're dealing with right now in Boulder. We did 22 neighborhood conversations after the floods, trying to find out what people learned and see if we can mobilize them. And the knowledge of the role of the infrastructure in mitigating the floods was extremely low. Some people were very aware of it, but by and large, it wasn't high in consciousness. And so we're picturing kind of an 18-month window of opportunity here. One of the things that this follow-on group Oko Strong has done is actually bringing this whole bigger picture to people, trying to keep this in people's minds. We may be underestimating the 18-month thing. The 2010 fire we had, for those of you watching climate change, the 2010 fire was the most damaging fire in Colorado history. It's been beaten twice since then. The main emerging group that came out of that, the Intermountain Alliance, is still meeting and still going strong 4 years later. So if we can figure out what water they're drinking or how they're doing that, then we may be able to do that ourselves. But the one thing that strikes us is always the limits of imagination. And we're always trying to fight the last war. So all the conversations now are about the floods in Boulder. Well, it's not the only hazard that we have going on. It's getting people to talk about disaster and hazards when they're already burned out on one, and getting to talk about others. What about, a deep freeze and a loss of electric power? What about a fire through the city? People don't want to talk about that. The one thing I would say is, I talked about the 14 drainages through the city. There were 2 greenways. So we got 12 to go. And there were 2 that were in process, the public hearings, the whole bit, and the city was getting major pushback from residents. No, don't change my neighborhood. Right after the floods, oh my, it was a very well attended meeting. People wanted to know, what do you need? What do we got to do? That was a learning opportunity.
So yes, capitalizing on those moments, even though they might be full of grief and fear, is quite true. And I just want to underline multi-hazard. We tend to be use it as a word and throw it out without actually breaking it down to say, what does that really mean when we're doing our planning? It's not just one kind of hazard. It's really keeping in mind many, which is not a comfortable thing to do. So how is Istanbul keeping things going?
Okay, there is a problem with the risk perception. There is a big gap of the risk in people's mind, and there is a lot of surveys, to look into people as though they are acting, what they know they are doing or not. And those surveys doesn't show any difference. Those rich or poor, and those educated or uneducated. You have like a professor or a prime minister doesn't make difference. Only make difference, who take training for community level awareness or disaster awareness level. If they took courses like a train, they make difference. And if you look at the retrofitting and reconstruction, it's not the people, but the government, looking this construction area as a big job and economical leverage of the reducing the unemployment. So the government forcing this, and people want, the government priority is construction or reconstruction things, but there is a problem with the combining the parcels. So that people come together and talking to them a lot, and they are all bargaining, getting better things. So that makes it slower. And the other things, the main problem is people doesn't do what they know. Everybody now become a professor of the earthquakes and fault lines. When you ask them, did you fix your garderobe or anything? Not yet. That's the problem.
The quiz for each disaster manager: do you have your own family disaster plan intact? Most don't. Thank you. We have two final questions. One is for Chris, and it's a question where you mentioned about the system failed to account for undocumented people, and just asking for a little bit of an elaboration. Is this system failure? Is this a political failure? Is this cultural? People don't want to talk about it. If you could just give me a few insights on that.
And the answer is yes. Yeah, totally. The nonprofits in the Boulder area were already dealing with the undocumented people very well, and that was not a problem. The problem became when the hazard turns into disaster, and they were overwhelmed, and they needed more resources from FEMA for the county. Then it got very sensitive who was getting in on it. It was actually interesting that municipal governments in the county, they had no problem with the NGOs keeping these people confidential. They were fine with that. But then there was no leadership to do the coordination. It took 5 months actually to put together an NGO group for unmet needs. In a lot of cases, people just had to move out. It's an expensive area to live in. Not a lot of job opportunities other than service industry. And even the NGOs who had long-standing relationships with people had trouble. The other thing was too that all of the NGOs were set up to do kind of normal direct service, social welfare stuff with all the conditions that go along with that. But people had a tough time changing their rules when the conditions changed. We heard in Haiti, for example, a lot of people were doing home-based businesses, crafts. These are the ladies making tamales, things like that. Wiped out, no inventory, no capital. No records. They couldn't prove they didn't have bank accounts, and so even if they were eligible for help, they couldn't prove it. And people just couldn't figure out how to change the rules, even internally to the NGOs, even when it wasn't about FEMA. And that said something about our flexibility or our culture of kind of responding in a way that helping people in a way they want to be helped. In many cases, we could do it, but the undocumented immigrants were particularly tough.
And that's that undocumented immigrants is certainly big in the United States, but certainly in all of the major cities around the equator where there is going to be a lot of different kinds of disasters. I think this is a big issue. Panelists, one last word from each one of you. Who sets the vision of resilience? Who sets this vision? Is it the government? Is it citizens? Is it community groups? Is it NGOs? Is it you? Who sets it, ideally? Each one of you. Let's start. Professor.
Okay, professors.
All right, that was good.
That's much, we are critical, more critical looking, and telling the people to focus this way, not that way. That's what we are doing most.
Professors for Resilience Vision. Great.
Have you got a graphic we can look at?
Unfortunately, that spells curve.
I guess in every resilience conversation I've ever been in, what everyone winds up saying is, look, we need to break out of our silos, we have to get these cross-sector conversations, and it's like, if it's at all possible, we need to have these new conversations across sectors, and that means developing languages that everyone can use. hard to do, takes some time, lots of misunderstanding, you don't know what I'm doing, but if you're really talking about being ready to operate under a wide range of conditions. So, everybody.
Well, of course, the Red Cross sets the vision with the power of humanity. They couldn't resist. But I think the Red Cross as a stakeholder in this kind of powerful, diverse leadership way, I mean, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take working really differently and innovatively to meet these massive changes like climate change. Yeah, these are unprecedented and they require unprecedented levels of leadership and different ways of working collectively together to do that. I think with the vision, keep it real. Yeah, really. So it's practically based so people can really engage and understand it. We have had a lot of resilience discussions for years and years and years, but in some way we are failing to engage the wider populace in that discussion. We've got to keep it real.
Okay, I think resilience is come from a commitment from every single group or organization in countries, and we need policymakers to make it in a way that we can apply.
Good functionary, thank you. Listen, wonderful, wonderful group, wonderful questions. We've obviously heard from 4 very real disasters, clear that there's learning going on, wonderful sharing of information. The Global Disaster Preparedness Center is a great platform for the sharing of what has been learned and what continues to learn. We're seeing paradigm shifts of how people work together, how communities are engaging. It's all wonderful, but there's some very big challenges ahead. But for now, let's a round of applause for yourselves, for your great questions, and for this great talk.
Okay, now, thanks very much. Could I ask Danielle, where's Danielle? Who's going to chair the next one? Danielle to grab his panel and bring it up. And everybody else, you've all been sitting for like 2 hours, so please, if you do want to stand up and stretch, do that and then sit down again. And we'll carry straight on. For me, what came out from this session, I thought was really, it was how much of it is about the social side of crisis response. Is this working now? Okay, guys, if you're taking a restroom break, remember we're going to start again in about 2 minutes, so don't go too far. The next session that Daniel is going to lead will focus on some of the cities that are likely to face major crises in the future. Kathmandu, Mandalay, Mexico, and Tehran. So we'll reconvene in quite literally 2 minutes.
Sí, señora. So you're all going to let me get to summarize.
Are there questions that have come in?
Your resume, so my apologies.
Are you guys starting on this panel? I'm sorry.
Hello. How are you? Fine, thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Why? We have Nepal, Myanmar, Mexico, and Tehran.
So you want to look at this?
And I'm going to take a second. Let's show me the photo. Don't mess my. I won't miss.
Yeah, that would be good. Why don't we have only one full table? Just multitasking.
Sure.
Just give everybody a few minutes. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
One thing I want to do but when I'm looking at it, trying to make the linkage of the recovery from the side, and mostly with Elizabeth was saying, presenting with case studies. You guys are preparing for the next disaster. Good. So trying to focus on that and then zeroing on that and then looking at learning the lessons. How is this process?
All you guys have to do is stand on the X right there and move up to that X right there, guys. That's it. You guys be looking at me. You don't have to look right at the camera.
Okay,
You should be able to hear you. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Kia ora, I'm Elizabeth Norton, the General Manager of Strategy and Government Relations for New Zealand Red Cross.
Hello, I'm Holly Griffin, the Lessons Learned Coordinator for New Zealand Red Cross.
And I'm David Alemont. I'm a student at Stanford University.
What are you guys focusing on today?
Well, I think now's a good opportunity to introduce our new Recovery Matters series because, as we know, it's really, we have so many lessons in disasters and we just don't learn them. So what we're doing is taking our lessons and making some really practical tools, and we want to share that with people, right? So we've got a series called Recovery Matters. And we're in the process of designing that. So Holly and our colleague Jolie Wills also have been designing the first off the rank, which is this one. So Holly, if you could just talk about that would be really great.
So the first of our Recovery Matters series is psychosocial training. So this training is for staff and volunteers of both the Red Cross and other organisations working in recovery. So it could be direct or indirect workers. We know that everyone's involved in recovery.
Yeah.
The bank tellers, the insurance workers, the road workers. So this training is really about understanding how we can all play our role, how we can reduce those secondary stressors for people in the community, and how we can all work together and collaborate.
And we've been really lucky to have David here in New Zealand over the summer to help with our thought leadership around another piece in our disaster recovery series. So David, what have you been working on?
Elizabeth has been talking about radical collaborations. I think this is a good example of what she was talking about. We've been working on this leadership and disaster recovery work that we've put together, and it's a collaboration between a lot of people, a lot of ideas from a lot of disasters. It's really exciting to work on.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
My colleague Danielle from the Red Cross will be chairing it, and we'll be looking at Kathmandu, Mandalay, Mexico, and Tehran. So Danielle, over to you.
Thank you very much. In the previous panel, we have been hearing about the different experiences on recovery from major disasters. And one of the things that we have asked for panelists is seeing now that how are we gearing towards the next disasters? How are these different cities preparing, and what are the approaches, the different approaches that we have? For me, one of the important things that listening to the first panel and linking to this one is one of the comments that Elizabeth made regarding how are we learning from the lessons. And I think that the panelists that we have here and the case studies that we have are all cities that have suffered major disasters, have tremendous experience. So let's see how we can work through these different case studies and see these lessons learned so that we can really try to improve and share and see the commonalities that we have and really prove that we're really learning from all these disasters and see then how we can communicate that in a better way. The first panelist that we have is Ahmad. Ahmad has been working for the last 42 years covering stints with the government from Nepal, private engineering consultancy, and also visiting professor in engineering and geology. He founded the National Society for Earthquake and Technology in Nepal, and he's also a member of the governing board of the Global Earthquake Model. He's also one of our colleagues as a technical advisory group in the GDPC, and I'm going to pass now to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is really great to be here, to be invited, and to be talking. I come from Kathmandu, Nepal, and after the Haiti earthquake in Kathmandu, many people, they talk about the next earthquake in Kathmandu will portray a Japan type of earthquake in a Haiti type of situation. So that is, and I'm going to give you at least some glimpse of what could be their hope in what otherwise could be described as a almost like a hopeless situation. This is the risk scenario of the next earthquake of intensity 9 shaking, and we had 10 of such 9 intensity shaking or more in the last 7 centuries for Kathmandu. And you see that the first 100,000 deaths, like in any earthquake, it's a question of a minute. The next critical and moderate injuries, it's a question of a week because of the lack of emergency medical response. And the infrastructure destroyed minimum 50%, and that's a conservative estimate. The problem continues. When we look into, we have a building code from 1994. Very good building code indeed. But then the problem continues. Our assessment of modern buildings built by rich people, where rich people live, including the international community, more than 50% of these buildings, they don't fully comply with the building code. And then many people, they say, well, it's corruption. And then they put a stop. Nobody wants to look into the deeper side. And somebody was talking about, the engineering solution and the social solution. It's not, even all engineering solutions, they require social solution because the problems is not, it's not a slip or an error or even corruption. It's the social and economic factors, the risk perception, and many things we have talked about in the previous panel. To go deeper into what is causing what it is being done, this I just brought one. Who is producing the buildings, modern or the traditional ones? See, the technicians' roles, the engineers, they are responsible for the design and supervision of less than 10% of the buildings, and 90% of the buildings are at the mercy of the masons who don't get a single dollar for any of their training. The masons get 0 rupees, whereas millions are done in the production of engineers and who after graduation, most of them, they leave the country to be serving. So the education system is also geared towards training the engineers in how to design a 50-story building, but to come the design of 2.5-story building, they have to fail. They usually fail. They don't have any understanding because nobody is teaching them. In this background, so over the several, almost like 2 decades when we started getting into this business of earthquake risk management, we looked into so what are the problems. The problems are that of institutional improvement, the thinking mindset, the capacity building, and awareness raising. One is one can say top down, somewhere middle, and then this is raising awareness. Raising awareness means being ready to comply with the building code. People talk about enforcement of the building code. We say it is more of a question of compliance with the building code. It is more of a question of heart rather than head. and the model for what we are doing. Understand the risk scenario, go into action planning, first plan, then go into implementation and institutionalization. So all our efforts are in this format for strategy, and we don't stop here, we stop only at this point. Whatever small we are doing, I'll come about that. And there are many innovative efforts there. Many people know about the Nepal Risk Reduction Consortium, which is led de jure by the government, de facto not by the government. There are others. I would say that this is something like an international initiative, international starting, but then disaster preparedness and response planning, this is something that has ingrown at the district level. The local disaster risk management planning that has started up from the municipal level. The School of Safety program we started in 1996. It's a way long, and we have got very rich experience in dealing with how and what you do with the schools, which are usually community based. And then we are also, of late, we are talking about the public-private partnership for all safety management, and we also talk about the urban regeneration because of the historicity of Kathmandu city. Some glimpses of some of the works that I said. It's a retrofitting of a school building, the engineering solution, and the social solution here. Without people, we can't do the retrofitting. Without their acceptance, what people consider doable and what they accept is much more important than what you as a professor are prescribing them do this or do that or do that. Earthquake mobile clinics, an innovative idea. Go to the problem where the problem is not in the universities or not only in the laboratories. So people move around with knowledge to the site, to the place where the construction is taking place. The hospitals, very difficult situation. We learned, by the way, much from Istanbul in terms of their assessment of the hospital. But then we're at our fix what to do with that. But then we found out there could be several improvements. If not structural, we can do a lot of non-structural improvement in the hospital. And then it must be, I don't want to go into detail, but it is something like a shame that for the last 5 years, we have the money, but we have not been able to implement any retrofitting of structural retrofitting. But instead, the community, when they understood, it's one of the community hospitals in Kathmandu, they have retrofitted, at least non-structural they started with, and they generated money, and stepwise they did even the structural retrofitting. With the private sector, I think that we have been successful, not fully, but now the builders, the manufacturers, the traders of the construction materials, the bankers, the insurers, the hotels, the tourism industry, gradually they have been coming into this whole other. Earlier, they were not considered as an active stakeholders in disaster risk reduction. And there are many other innovative programs like the risk-sensitive land use planning, the building code implementation. Again, building code implementation. Traditionally, the building code is through building permit process, and building permit process is an instrument for generating revenue. So it continues in the minds of the mayor or others. Building code is an instrument for generating revenue, and where it is written that it has to generate safety, the mindset is for not towards safety, and that is where we are working for looking into the building code implementation, both ways, top down and bottom up. We pay a lot of attention to the compliance element with awareness, and then huge necessity for capacity enhancement in the municipalities. And we learned that you have to do it on a massive scale. Be it awareness, be it building code implementation. Right now we are working, the government and the NGO sector and the private sector working together for implementing the 30 major urban areas in Nepal. The map shows here. And this innovative approach of implementation with a new understanding. And I must say that we think that we are in a very good situation, but it starts with knowing the risk, understanding the risk. The risk vulnerability atlas is what is going to be the one outcome, and not only one outcome, but the starting point. There are other innovative approaches. The performance criteria for municipalities now does include whether they are implementing the building code to get more grant from the government. Similarly, the municipality, when we don't have the local election, but the CEO of the municipality is appointed in the MOU in his TOR, his performance will be evaluated if whether he is progressing in the building code implementation or not. These are all locally driven initiatives or policies. Similarly, the local funds for disaster risk management, more coordination, and our international friends also, they have in the last 6 years or so, most of them they have revised their development assistance strategy, including disaster risk reduction into their business. So some of the outcomes, say over the past 5 or 6 years, you can see the engineers, 500 engineers trained, about 3,000 masons trained, about more than 500 mobile clinics done. Radios, we are working with about 30 community radios, that is 100% coverage of Nepal. So you see this bouquet that has been given, it looks like a flower, but then we say that it's not the flower, it's not a bouquet that you want to do. You want to develop a garden so that you could make bouquet for everybody. And here is the challenges, the scaling of the challenges, the decentralization of mitigation. Still, it is in the policy, it is centralized in the capital city, it is centralized in the university, centralized in the UN headquarters. So, and then the mission is to make comprehensive. Somebody was talking about the multi-hazard approach, and it's not only multi-hazard, it is everybody including, and who sets the vision? That was the last question. I think that I should answer that question, at least what we see there. It is the people. It's the people and their aspirations that set the mission of where we want to go and what we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that we've just heard a couple of very interesting points regarding the lessons learned and what's going on regarding the enforcement and awareness on building codes, and particularly all the social solutions, not only the engineering solutions there, that I think are quite important here as one of the lessons from a lot of the different initiatives. But of course, all the innovative approaches that have been integrated slowly into all the different development programs and cross-cutting issues. But the challenges, as you mentioned, we're here again with the scale-up, massive scale that needs to be put in place, as well as the decentralization and the grassroots. Thank you very much for these insights from Nepal. Now we're going to hear from our colleague Roy, who has been working for the last 34 years in multi-hazard disaster preparedness, risk reduction, and resilience building. He's based in Yangon, and he works as an independent ER practitioner with wide experience in advising governments, national, local level, UN agencies, regional organizations, and supporting and working with them over 20 Asian and Pacific countries. And also Loy is one of our members for the technical advisor group of the GDPC. Thank you very much for being with us, Loy.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. For speaking after Amod is a really hard act to follow, particularly since the work done in Nepal and in Kathmandu in particular is work filled with not just promising potential but very mature work, and which has achieved certain progress. I cannot say the same for Mandalay as yet, but I do believe it has promising potential. And that's the second half of the title in the title. I am doing some reflections on building resilience in Mandalay. And the first part is my first attempt this morning in trying to define that in simpler terms, which make sense. Because most of the time when you explain that you're talking about resilience, people ask, what are you talking about? So I would urge all of us to either note those words down or think about it. I'll flash them up at the end. And I want to crowdsource an edit of that language, because I believe the part of our problem is we communicate in abstractions or in words which do not translate easily into other languages. And there's a huge problem of communication itself when tackling the issue. And that's part of understanding risk better. Myanmar is a golden land. It's also a very ancient land. And Mandalay represents one of the ancient hotspots. If we go, this presentation, I have been residing in Myanmar for a year and 3 months. I'm not a Burmese citizen, but having spent this much of time and having visited there earlier and being so aware of some of their problems, I kind of adopt that nationality voluntarily in terms of helping catalyze some of the extraordinary initiatives of the Burmese people and in the city of Mandalay. And therefore, some of what I'm about to say is inspired by a number of other people who are the practitioners on the ground and who are helping deliver or struggling to deliver. And I listed several of them here. Some of them are the traditional disaster management players. So UN Habitat, ADB and its Urban Services Project, which is not a disaster management project. Of course, the Myanmar Red Cross Society, where would we be without the Red Cross? More importantly, the Mandalay City Development Committee, which is the urban governance arrangement in the city. And of course, Mandalay is one of the first wave of the 33 cities in the 100 Resilient Cities program of Rockefeller, one of only 5 ancient Asian cities, and the only one in Myanmar. And in its cookie cutter formula of the project, and I'm a great fan of the project, but we'll make some observations about it. They have a chief resilience officer, and he and I have been in touch, so I'm inspired by some of the things he has said and some of the challenges he has attempted to articulate. There's a whole lot of innovative things which Myanmar has done, and some of them are not related to disasters but related to sustainability. And Peter is struggling, and I am struggling. Peter knows a lot of the answers on how we connect disaster resilience to sustainability. So for me, Myanmar has an Agenda 21 and a sustainable development strategy, and again inspired by some of the IFRC global initiatives and the GDPC initiatives. So this is a culmination of all of that brainstorm. I also am building on presentations at previous workshops in Mandalay by the MRCS, and most recently, and I think this is most important, the CRO of Mandalay and what he said at what is very well described as a CRO summit storytelling workshop on what is the state of their city. So having said all of that, what is Mandalay? It's a new city that was built as recently as somewhere around the 1850s. The last royal capital of Burma, the last king of Burma was actually arrested in the city by the British and relocated and jailed in India. Today it's the second largest city in Myanmar. It's the capital of Mandalay region, which is one of the states and regions. So it's part of that multi-layered, 3-layered system of governance. Interestingly enough, it is located in its immediate vicinity with 4 other former royal capitals. And together they encapsulate around 1,000 years of Myanmar's country's history. All of them in an earthquake-prone zone. Mandalay in addition. So anyway, Mandalay is there in the northern part of Burma, almost equidistant from the borders with Bangladesh, China, and India. And this is a map of the city. Mandalay is at risk from earthquakes, and so are the other cities in the vicinity, also from floods. And the floods are more frequent in occurrence. It's almost an annual phenomenon, and the poor are the people who are displaced on an annual basis. They unfortunately got used to it. MRCS works with them, the Myanmar Red Cross Society. In the workshop on the 8th of August, people identified what were the threats, the shocks and stresses which Mandalay faces. And natural hazards were identified, but interestingly enough also, road accidents, fires, social tensions. And now in their strategy going forward, they've identified slums as a shock and stress in Mandalay. I put 2 question marks on that, and traffic jams. And this is all about perception. This is what local people in a workshop and in the follow-up have identified, right or wrong. The earthquake risk assessment is of similar quality to some of the maps which Amod has shown. There's a lot more work which has to be done, but there's a lot of solid, locally specific, detailed information which Mandalay can act on. There are a whole lot of national actors which have various ongoing risk reduction programs which are of relevance to Mandalay and interface and intersect, sometimes unhappily, sometimes happily, with the work in Mandalay. So the work of the NDMO, the work of the Ministry of Construction, the Ministry of Health, the Home Affairs Department, and of course the Myanmar Red Cross Society. There are a whole lot of local risk reduction and emergency response actors in Mandalay. The mayor and the Mandalay City Development Committee, MRCS's regional and city level branches, fire services, hospitals, the Myanmar Engineering Society, an extraordinary body in Myanmar, and of course various other entities which there's been a lot of international partnership with Mandalay City over the years. And here are listed some of them. This goes back to Radius and WSSI, earthquake risk assessment, Habitat has done work, ADB has done work. The emerging international partnerships are 2. One is led by the Red Cross, GDPC and IFRC. The second is the Rockefeller Initiative. I won't get into this. This is the Rockefeller framework, but using this framework, this is the set of resilience actions which they have initially identified as part of their process. And interestingly enough, they focus on 4 of them where they appear to have taken action: earthquake, flood, slum, and traffic jam. The other 3 which are identified as priorities and relevant, they haven't thought of what actions are needed. So comprehensive zoning and land use reform, economic development planning, and ecosystem management. Which elements of the framework it contributes to, they've done that level of analysis. And this is here. So earthquake contributes to building effective leadership. This is detailed. I don't want to get lost in the detail just now. They are in the process of developing a Mandalay City resilience strategy. And this is a little more than what Ian and I heard when we last visited together in December. There's a key role for the Chief Resilience Officer, who happens to be the head of Buildings Department of the MCDC, what would in other states and in context be called the local municipality. There is, I would postulate, a great need for coordination among local actors. For example, if MRCS and MCDC are doing work together, how do they work together and how do they collaborate? There is need for partnerships and coalitions at the city level, at the national level, and I think more importantly, among the international actors who want to support. And I want to say this in a place like Washington, because very often people work in silos, particularly the international actors, and we have to break those silos if we are to move ahead. So here are some questions in search of answers. I will give me 1 or 2 more minutes. How do we meet the need for coordination among the international actors focused on Mandalay? And I don't know the answer. Is it to be anchored in Mandalay? Is it to be anchored in Yangon? Is it to be anchored globally with some kind of telephone calls? We need a practical solution. We need a working group. We need maybe a national resilient city sub-working group. And Myanmar is filled with these kind of mechanisms, but they tend to work in specific sectors. we do not as yet have an urban sector focused on disaster risk reduction working group. Can we simplify our language? When we talk about resilience and people come up with slums as an issue, I think somewhere there's some miscommunication. So can we translate resilience and sustainability into simpler language? And do we need a linkage with the Sustainable Development Agenda? I am a firm believer that local Agenda 21, localizing Agenda 21 was one way which we implemented a global agenda well. And we do have a national version of the global agenda in Myanmar. Let's try to build in some of those elements, and maybe that's the bridge. Can we have a Mandalay SDGs, Development Partners Working Group, to pilot test the implementation of SDGs? This is looking ahead over the next 2 years in Mandalay. And I believe that some of these are the ways to go. Can we frame a locally specific target? And this is my humble first cut in attempting to make the language simpler, set a target, and link it up with a local process. Mandalay will celebrate its 200th anniversary as a city. Normally for cities, this is a big thing. It's about 25 years from now. But the kind of action that we are talking about in order to build resilience will require thinking and action across that time frame. And I think I want to end by saying, if you have suggestions, do give some reactions on editing this, because that may be the key. And I'm going to continue pursuing this as part of a process of applying to be, and this is meaningful for several of you who know, David Hollister. So the David Hollister Fellowship on Urban Resilience, I have attempted to apply for it, and this is something I want to pursue in the context of Mandalay to get answers to these kind of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. I think that that here one of the takeouts I see is how do we adapt what we have learned to a specific context, particularly to the context of Myanmar, looking at these coordination issues, but really adapted to that specific context. How do we look at simplifying the language? How do we measure and time it? How do we look in this multi-sectoral and multi-actor that is happening, but really pushing it through the specificities of the city, the specificities of the country, the political system, the culture, and how it's happening. Thank you very much. I would like to remind you that please do take the little papers to ask your questions and start doing it, so that when we get to the question time, we can just put them through. And we have our lovely colleagues at the end of the room. And if you need a little paper to write your question, just raise your hand and they will come here. Now I would like to introduce Ana Lucia Gil, who has more than 20 years of political experience in Mexico and Central America. And Ana Lucia was chosen Rising Star of Politics in 2002 by Campaigns and Elections. And I think it's important because she's the first and only Latin American woman who has received this distinction. Ana Lucia was also Director General of Civil Protection of the Ministry of Governance in Mexico, and is currently working on crisis management and business continuity consultant. But most importantly, I think that she heads also the initiative Yo Soy Protección Civil, which is I Am Civil Protection, a disaster preparedness and risk reduction and emergency response in support of grassroots communities in Mexico City. Welcome, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for the introduction, and thank you. I want to thank you for the invitation to be here. Every time I get invited, so I say like, yes, I'm going. What is it all about? So every time I have an opportunity just to send the message across of recognizing what we're doing, but also being aware of what is needed to be done. Of course, I'm going to talk about the earthquake of 1985 and all the lessons learned we have from it, and how we are preparing for the next big disaster. 2015 marks the 30th anniversary of the earthquake, where 10,000 people lost their lives just a few pictures. I live 2 blocks from there now. I used to live far, far away where in not a seismic prone area, and now I live there and I feel safer. Interesting. I'm gonna let you know a little bit later. Where more than 200,000 jobs were lost and hundreds of buildings were collapsed or were damaged in an important way. And what happened helped to check what emergency management is now in Mexico. Just to put Mexico City in a context. How many of you have been in Mexico City? So, most of you, when you're watching over the window in the airplane, you said, yeah, we have arrived. No, it takes like 20 minutes. It's humongous because it's seated in the metropolitan area of the Mexico Valley, the Zona Metropolitana del Valle de Mexico, where that is integrated by 100 municipalities. There is 21 from the state of Hidalgo, that is right here, this light green that is on top. 59 from Estado de Mexico, that is the other green, the strongest green, and 16 delegations, how they are called in Mexico City. With over 21 million people living in that region, it represents 18% of the whole population in the country. And in Mexico City alone, we have living there 42% of those a little bit over 21 million. Without taking into account those that are passing by on the way to the north, not only Mexicans, but Central Americans and from all other nationalities that are visiting us, and then we also have to take care of it. It's interesting because one question was made in the last panel about how you take care of those that are illegal there. In Mexico, we said that everyone that is in Mexican territories ought to be taken care of in case of emergency. You don't ask, you just take care of pretty much everyone. And just New Mexico City has estimated that is around 13 million people that move around every single day doing different activities, economic, business, education, cultural, religious activities. And one of the things that we're most proud in Mexico, not only in Mexico City, but in Mexico in general, is about the seismic alarm. Are you familiar with what is the seismic alarm in Mexico? The CITES, the instrumentation and seismic register center was created to do some research and develop technology, apply technology to mitigate the risk and the impact of seismic activity in Mexico City. It's been public since the alarm now has been public since 1993, but it was used by local authorities since 1991, and I'm gonna share with you the way it sounds. So if you ever in Mexico City and listen to this you know that if you close to the ground, you have time to leave, to get up, or shelter in place if you remember. So that's the way it sounds. And actually it says seismic alert, seismic alert. It sounds for a minute, that is the time you have.
Let me stop it.
No, I can stop it. But it sounds for a minute that is the time you have prior you feel the movement of the actual earthquake. And what we're preparing for? We're preparing for the earthquake that is coming from the Guerrero Gulf, that we haven't had really a big release of energy from this part for over 100 years. So that's the one we're waiting for to happen, and we have all the instruments put in place to receive the alarm in time in order to organize and prepare for what is about to happen. And In September 2001, was established as the National Civil Protection Day, and since that day, all public offices have to have an evacuation drill. And what we have now in Mexico City, at least, is not only public offices have do it, but now also private businesses, especially around downtown Mexico City, where is the zone where you can feel more the earthquake. It's interesting. I mean, it's really impressive the way you see. We become experts on evacuation, and then you're out, and now what? You're out, and then you face all the risks you're not aware of. So it's a good effort, but still needs to be done a little bit more. It's not yet, we're not yet where the checkout evacuation drill in California is made, where everything comes together, everyone comes together, the public and private sector. They actually, I have as a memory, I participated one year, I don't remember exactly, and I have the briefing that it was provided to the governor at the moment about it. Was really interesting what everything they do. They have now a state-of-the-art emergency response center where they can monitor everything that is happening in the city through 8,000 cameras that have been put in place. Those are the cameras that are all around. They have received equipment so they can improve the response capacity of the authorities, the emergency management authorities, and they also are aware of those the most vulnerable people, and so they're implementing an aggressive campaign to determine how to react in case of an emergency. But sometimes we're asked in different meetings, 2 minutes, in different meetings we're asked that how we can prove that whatever we're doing, our plans and protocols put in place are working, and we don't have outputs that often, so we can prove that it works, but we have different risks that we face that also affect the economy and the activities of the people. I live on Reforma, so sometimes I just take the pictures and put them on my social media, and the other day a newspaper took it from a 2.5 months. Now I'm a photo reporter. So it's really interesting because not after those that between 2010 and 2012 it was an average of 8 social rallies in the city alone, affecting businesses, all kind of social, economic, and political activity, and there's no program to take care of those affected for that. Jobs are lost. They stay more than a month there. The businesses around the Monument of Revolution had to be closed. That's the way to the airport, so some people lost their flights. Yeah, it's interesting. And then also we have flash flood, so during the raining season, that's the metro. That's people trying to get out of it's called Oceania, that metro station. And this is first responders get affected by that. So all the coordination protocols put in place really get tested pretty much every day in Mexico City. But what is important is that authorities in the local government are close. They are aware that the protocols are not enough because of the complexity of the city, how the way it has grown. It's another challenge for urban planners. And they address some of the issues that have been taken care of and mentioned, but they also mentioned that they need to coordinate with the private sector. They mentioned it's a problem, and they forgot to mention the actions to solve the problem in the General Development Program for this administration. I want to believe that they just forgot. They didn't have time. So last week, preparing for this meeting, I sat down with the person that represents the committee of one of the chambers for the private sector in Mexico. And I said, like, how do you coordinate with local government? You know, we don't. Why? Because they don't want. So we don't care. But the risk is for you. Well, yes, let's divide the group. There are large businesses that they're aware of the risk and they're transferring to buying some insurance or retrofitting their buildings, but they have to do it because it's corporate, it's a mandate from the big corporations. Those are transnational businesses. And then we have the big businesses here in Mexico. They do it because they have to. They need the license to open the business, so they do it. And they have the small businesses that they don't care. They're more afraid of what is going to happen every single day in the daily activity than of the risk that we may have an earthquake, maybe sometime in the near future. It could be my administration of this business. It could not be. Let's sleep at home and pray for it not to happen. So the big challenge for the authorities in Mexico is to build bridges of communications with the different actors, to recognize that you're alone, whether you're government or a social organization on the humanitarian side, or if you're in the private sector, you're not alone. You won't get it anywhere after the big earthquake and in the middle of a disaster. So to recognize that it's better you start talking to the different actors that they can help you, to identify how they can help you, but you don't have to do it. Oh, you can do that? Perfect. I will do it. You start just making checklists of what everyone else is doing. But in general, can we say that we're prepared? Yes. Can we be better prepared? All the time. Every single day we can be better prepared than the day before. And with that, I'm going to close because otherwise they're going to turn off the volume. That's what you see from the window on the plane.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Before getting to our last panelist, I think that from the reflections that Ana has shared with us, that there is a big component on institutional preparedness and preparedness for the response that has been learned in Mexico. State-of-the-art simulations, exercise, and so on. But still, one of the big challenges that Lucia was sharing with us is still the same point on coordination, decentralization, how to include other stakeholders, and how to divide the work that needs to be done in preparedness and response among the humanitarian, private, local, national, federal, state, and still all those issues that need to be resolved here, and, so that they can be, as Ana Lucia was saying, better prepared than they are right now. So now I'd like to welcome my colleague Mostafa. I work with at the Federation, and right now he's the manager of the Partnership for Urban Disaster Risk Reduction and Management at the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent. And Mostafa has served also as Vice President for International Cooperation of the Iranian Red Crescent, as well as head of UNICR for the Arab states in Cairo. And Mostafa is going to present us now the case study of Tehran, and I'd like to welcome you, and it's a pleasure to see you again in this side of the work with us.
Practical. Thanks, Daniel, and hello to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for the invitation. And I hope that the great effort actually will contribute importantly to the objectives that we have on disaster preparedness response. Well, I looked at the agenda and the composition of the great participants with a very interesting diversity. So I will share with you a little bit of the experience that the country, as well as Tehran as a city, has gone through
in an overall approach and vision that it had for preparedness response. So without focusing too much on the details, which of course are important always, and we can talk about them. Just one slide on the risk profile of the country. Iran is associated with the risk of seismic risk and earthquake landslides historically. But in the recent years, the pattern has changed, and due to climate change and environmental degradation, etc., we have also floods, drought, and very recently sandstorm from neighboring countries, which is affecting the country severely. 10 years ago, earthquake, during the bomb earthquake, when I was myself there, was the #1 hazard in the country. But now we have almost every couple of weeks floods, at least in frequency, which is now becoming equal to earthquake in terms of key hazards. So seismic risk, climate-related hazards, floods, drought, forest fire, and sandstorms are among the key hazards that are threatening or affecting the country. In terms of vulnerability, the built environment, physical, infrastructural, still are a great issue. And then in terms of social environment, the rapid urbanization, which is a consequence of imbalanced development at national level as a very fast developing country, and migration from rural to urban areas, population density, etc., and the natural environment, environmental degradation and deforestation, etc. These are sort of examples of the vulnerability side of the country. In the global, actually, seismic risk map that I'm sure you have all seen, you see that the country is one of the best marked, actually, countries globally in terms of seismicity. It's very interesting that until 2003, when the bomb earthquake happened, based on the microzonation mapping of the country, 85 to 90% of the country was marked as high, actually, earthquake risk from areas. And BAM, based on its historical records, being a 1,000 years old city, was considered to be one of the least or less, actually, risk prone areas. And after the BAM earthquake, the whole country is now fully covered and confirmed and endorsed to be actually seismically very risk high. As I mentioned, I mean, the above photos are the BAM citadel before and after the earthquakes, which is still under the recovery. But we have got actually the floods more often these years, and also the sandstorm you see on the down on the right side, actually the recent actually sandstorm which is coming from western borders, several provinces, and this is Tehran, the capital, sometimes is affected, which is very, very unusual and a new phenomenon. Well, very briefly on the National Disaster Management System, which is not my main point. I will talk a little bit more on the development and the social dimension. But there is a National Disaster Management Law, which is included both in the National Development Plan as well as its own disaster management. And then we have the Supreme Disaster Management Council, National Disaster Management Organization. 14 specialized groups. Iran Kassan is the chair and responsible for rescue and relief as well as public education on the disaster management, provincial and city level branches, as well as the responsibility of the Tehran as a capital and mega city, which is given to the Tehran municipality because of its own scale and the nature of the work. In brief, what happened actually in the past, I would say 20 years in Tehran as a city and Iran as a country with regard to risk reduction, preparedness and response, I would say that there are 5 key pillars or components that could be mentioned. First, the efforts actually to understand the risk, including hazards, vulnerability, and the exposure of the country and the city to the risk. In this regard, I mean, classically and traditionally, the efforts have been focused, I think, like many other countries, more on mapping of the hazards. So very beautiful, sophisticated, advanced seismic maps, recently on the floods, drought, other hazards. But on the risk, other component of the risk vulnerability side, I think it has been the past decade that things have happened started to happen. And also on the talking about the building codes, for example, it was focusing a lot on the physical dimension. The earthquake safety regulations in Iran is in place for about 20 years, but that was not multi-hazard, because in the past, earthquake was very predominant, but now we have floods, other things. Second thing, the vulnerability side, non-physical vulnerabilities, social, economic, environmental side were not included. And while Iran national building code and safety regulation is one of the very good ones internationally, but they just realized that it needs to be upgraded. Assessment of possible damages and loss through development of scenarios in a specific time frames. 10, 15 years ago, there was a very massive study, an assessment of the possible damages through 3 scenarios, actually, which was done with international partners such as JICA, Japanese. And 3 scenarios are there based on the different factors, and the losses and the damages are expected. But again, the problem with that one is that it was focused very much on the hazard side, the magnitude of the earthquake, the fault lines, and only the physical vulnerability, the age of the buildings, the city vulnerable areas, population density. While this is being actually updated, because the real assessment will have to include very well the social dimensions, which is even more important. The third component or pillar is integration of disaster risk reduction in long-term development plans. I think this is one of the most exciting developments in the country. Now, I think probably a unique situation is that it's not the National Disaster Management Organization which is responsible at national level, the Ministry of Development. And this has been the result of the past 5 to 10 years work, and everybody has come to conclusion that the disaster risk actually is a consequence and impact of the wrong development or imbalanced development. And therefore, the Ministry of Development is now one of the lead agencies to try develop the guidelines, carry out actually practices, case studies in different development sectoral areas in order to come up with a national approach and vision on how actually development can be done in such a way that risks are less produced. And it's common to, they say that actually risk reduction because of imbalanced development is faster than risk reduction, and that's the problem that we have in the country. Preventive measures, retrofitting, etc., going a lot, and enhancement of disaster preparedness and response, which has been already good in Iran. I mean, in terms of preparedness response, the country and the National Society, Humanitarian Center, the lead agency, has a strong capacity in terms of structure, facilities, human resources, and the experiences. The last 2 slides actually here, I want to mention a few challenges that this experience has faced in Iran and in Tehran particularly. Just before going there, I think we realized in the recent years that urban disaster risk reduction is a very interesting topic, not only because of its magnitude of earthquake, but also a very good platform and forum that you can see and measure very well the linkages between the development sectors, factors and actors, and how they create risk. Because in the urban setup, everything is next to each other, so you can visibly and very well measure the whole interactions between these factors. So emerging types of predominant hazards, floods, thunderstorm, etc., etc. This is the new phenomenon, so is affecting very much the national system. Rapid expansion of Tehran and other urban areas is very fast, actually, developing in different parts of the country. Further integration of the RRBM in the development plan. The current national development plan, which is the highest national framework for development of the country, has a chapter on disaster risk, which is, I think, based on my information on many other countries, is one of the, I think, very good ones, that is the origin of connection between development notion, aspiration, and objectives, and how it can actually create or reduce disaster risk. I think it's going on now. Existing old and vulnerable parts of the city, despite considerable improvement of laws, building codes, and disaster resilient constructions over the past 2 decades. This is a reality today. Population density and movement, 3 million people day and night There's a difference in Tehran, which has a total population of 15 million. And concentration of business facilities and services in urban areas, need for huge investment in retrofitting or construction. And then you have the challenge of putting this in the context of the development of the city, urban development or national development. And then the larger scale of damages in case of mega disasters and sufficiency of the existing DR capacity is good, but by far not enough to respond to the possibility, one, of that scenario with hundreds of thousands of people actually affected, etc., etc. This is a question, need for huge resources for effective DR in the city. And specialized knowledge, skills, and tools for urban DRDM, which was felt very strongly, and multi-stakeholder national and international cooperation coordination. If it's a national disaster or international disaster, what is the role and prospects for the collaboration between the city and the country in such disaster with other international members of the international community? That had actually led to a partnership with the Federation that we're working on, because this is the source. The national society country said, okay, we need. And to the Red Cross Federation, IFRC, how we can work together in order to develop our knowledge and skills, build on that. I think this has been a very interesting and useful process so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. I think that a couple of points here that really links to what we have been saying from the different panelists here. Again, we see this physical vulnerability versus the social dimensions on preparedness. That is still a challenge here. We're looking at new hazards being taken into consideration, going to a more multi-hazard perspective into development. We see, again, as in the case of Mexico, we see the preparedness for response improved and strengthened, but still massive scale retrofitting and so on. Before going into the questions, I think from our four panelists, what I would take as commonalities between the four cities, I see, first of all, the massive scale, not only from the engineering perspective, but also from the behavior change that needs to happen and how to do it. Looking at the problems and the issues of coordination, but are we really talking about coordination, or is it partnerships as we were seeing in the previous one? And looking at these partnerships also going through the lens of decentralization, and how do we decentralize resilience, emergency preparedness, and response. But we also have to recognize and see through the presentations the advances that have happened in institutional preparedness in the different countries, and the realization in the cities that have suffered such a massive scale of impact, that there really is a political will to improve the emergency response system. But still, we're missing the social part, and how do we include that much better? So if we can go into the questions, I would like to remember to have your little cards. I have some questions here, but please share them with us. The first one that I have here is relating to Kathmandu. And it's, what percentage of buildings will truly survive a big quake? Is it realistic to retrofit such a city? And I would think that this question also for Mexico, in the sense of the experience in Mexico, if you could talk a little bit about this massive scale that we're talking about. Is it possible, or is it just a hopeless situation? So I'll leave it to you.
All right.
Go ahead.
Well, in our case, a very, very rough estimation puts the number at 60%. In case of a MMI 9 level of shaking in Kathmandu, 60% of the buildings will be raised to the grounds beyond repair. Now, to go a little bit deeper here, in the valley, there are about 3,000 buildings which are older than 400 years. That talks about the traditional wisdom, and many, the remarkable monuments, they have survived several of the large quakes. Again, 9. So that makes it, gives us some hope. The other point is that, as I said, the the national academia does not teach the national building code to the engineering classes. And this is, we have been struggling, and including the government also has been struggling. But the entire notion is to develop graduates to be able to get to get positions or job in the international market rather than domestic market. So you see the real root of the problem there. I think I should stop here. Thank you.
Just to add a little bit, I don't have the exact numbers, but it doesn't have to be necessarily a retrofit, but just to be aware of what the situation of the building are. In Mexico City. I mean, it's not that the whole Mexico City is going to be collapsed or is going to suffer damage in the infrastructure. No, it's very well located in pretty much in the downtown area of Mexico City. There are some buildings that are at risk of collapse without an earthquake. They were damaged in 1985, so no one lived there or no one works there. They're empty. We're aware, but you also working with engineers and with students, with professionals, so they can, in the case of a big earthquake, they can just go out to the streets and they know what sector ought to be working and measuring and making some assessments of the damage and trying to save the more lives possible.
Thank you. Go ahead, Doug. Yeah, I want to say something about the issue of retrofitting. So, in the Mandalay assessment showed us that a repeat of the magnitude 7, which is actually low magnitude, Sagaing earthquake of 102 years ago, will result in 75,303 being moderately damaged, buildings being moderately damaged, and 4,021 buildings damaged beyond repair. This is a huge number given the total number of buildings in Mandalay. Where do we begin to think about retrofitting? And this is not currently on the agenda. So even thinking about it becomes dealing with the unimaginable. Somebody talked about it, Becky. Just to calibrate this, very concrete discussion is currently going on in Myanmar on school safety. So school building safety. And we are talking about a very small initiative on preparing guidelines for new school construction. We recognize that that vulnerability of existing schools is a huge problem and which we've not even begun to grapple with. So it will be interesting to now look in the context of Mandalay at how many schools are vulnerable out of these buildings and can we prioritize them? Because it's always easier to attract support locally and internationally and nationally for school retrofitting.
Thank you very much, Love. So we have about 15-20 minutes for the question time. So let's see how we can move with some of them, which are quite interesting. One of them I have, it's for the panel, and it's how can experience of coping with, coping with and mitigating smaller recurring hazards impacts help prepare and mitigate for the big one? And I think it's an interesting question here from your experience. There has been some small and recurrent hazards. So has these helped prepare for the big one or not, in your sense? So please.
I want to take it because I really like that. It really helps. You prepare for the worst scenario, and then you have several partially implemented protocols or plans that help you improve. That they're supposed to help you improve what you're doing. You see room for improvement. You see opportunities to better coordinate or become a leader of the group. When I was in government, I used to believe that a government has to be the leader of everything and coordinate and know what everyone is, because you as a government have the big picture. Now that I'm helping the social and private sectors, I say, if the government don't call you, push them to work towards a resilient community, because it's in your interest, it's in the interest of your own community to survive and keep on open business. Yes, every time something, it doesn't matter how tiny, you you can use it to improve whatever protocol you have put in place.
Anyone? Yes, please.
Well, it is very interesting question actually. When we started, the worst case scenario helps to deal with the easier case scenario. And then we learned about the intensive risk disasters and the extensive risk disasters, and we found that those small, tiny, disasters, they really make a huge impact in the economy. So deal with the extensive risk disasters that happen every day that don't get into the attention of people and the media and others. But then the question is, what is the competition between the two? I mean, how does an earthquake questions compete with the annual flood? And here is, for the politicians and for those who make decisions, definitely most of them, including the businessman, the private sector. Well, we don't know when the earthquake is started. I'm dealing now with my day-to-day problem. So, I mean, it's a very complex situation. The same thing goes into the retrofitting also. 80,000 buildings only for schools. And you are retrofitting, say, with the assistance of OMDA, they give money, and for the last 15 years, we retrofitted only 45 schools. Now, for the last 5 years, when the government decided that, yes, it is a good thing, they are producing 150 schools, buildings per year, retrofitting. So it's you have to understand the question of retrofitting or question of a disaster risk management. Retrofitting, I think it should be first in the head. The retrofitting should be carried out here rather than the retrofitting of the buildings itself. Building we can do like this if there is a retrofitting here.
Well, first regarding retrofitting, because this is an ongoing discussion. I think the experience in Iran has proved that it's a very, very costly program or operation, and only in the selected cases and areas should be done. I mean, this is the experience there. And from other side, it is also proved that it's better in some actually cases the reconstruction, because the vulnerable areas, especially the urban cities and setups actually, and areas are very sometimes traditional, very vulnerable, and that's actually provides an opportunity for the development. With the small vulnerable actually houses, with the of course agreement of the owners, they can be reconstructed in form of actually better developed actually housing. So it's one really we cannot recommend that generally retrofitting everywhere. We should see if it's actually cost effective and if it's feasible, etc. And otherwise, maybe reconstruction is better. On the question of the small houses, I think my point is that if the vision and the approach is there, not only with the small disasters that we face and respond, even in the absence of disasters, we should have a very clear picture and the understanding of the risk there. Obviously, when we have the small-scale disasters, that helps. I mean, in terms of keeping the people, the sectors, the actors, the factors actually in place. But I always try to distinguish between two dimensions. One is the minimal approach, which is the obligatory side, the low regulations, like the social services or first aid or ambulance services that everybody should do it. And the maximum dimension, which is the absolute safety and the desirable situation, and that's not really based on law. It's based on the development and based on the social welfare, well-being, and the aspiration that the people in the communities have.
Yes, sir. I kind of disagree. I don't think we have, I agree with the question, but I disagree with Amol. I don't think there is competition between hazards or competition between disasters. I think this notion of small disasters is probably a wrong categorization, because we need not be worried about the big one alone. In every community, we have to change attitudes. We have to retrofit the head. I agree with him. We have to change mindset. So what is this mindset change we need? We need an intolerance of death from natural hazards, or an intolerance from death from accidents and hazards. And it's in contributing to that we will have a difference. So what do I mean by this? If we take Mandalay, they have identified not just the earthquake, which the scientists told them, and there's a nice book and lots of maps saying that Mandalay is vulnerable to earthquake, but nobody can get their head around that. But equally well, Mandalay, so many numbers, I don't remember the number just now, but let's say 133 people die every year. I think the number is closer to 600 from road accidents. And this is a city where people use, motorbikes and scooters without helmets. So it's encouraging the use of helmets, having a road safety program, which will bring safety as a value. Thinking about floods, the recurrent annual floods, which people take for granted. There's going to be a flood, I'll have to move on the embankment, I'll shift my house, I have a house which is easily shiftable. This is the attitudes which people develop who have to cope, or the coping strategies. If we can show that we need not have to do this, there can be better ways. And maybe Boulder has some examples of how to, let flood waters go in the right direction and whatnot. So we may have to break down some embankments which are there in Mandalay and let the waters flow. And so stuff like this. So paying attention to each hazard by itself will help us take action for the so-called infrequent, unimaginable big one, which may not happen in our lifetime. So in order to move in that direction and retrofit the head, it's essential that we pay attention to the small ones.
I like that, retrofit that. That's a good one. So let's see how we can move on, because we have a set of very interesting questions here. So I have two questions here regarding slums, and I think that it's interesting to pair them together. One for any panelist is if you can say more about how slums can refer to a long-term stress, substandard housing, low income, poor infrastructure. But I would like to take that question also with another question that was put for Amon. Drawing the link between building codes and their contextualized revision for disaster preparedness and the opportunity to address informality, that is, making formality work rather than the prevailing focus on upgrading slums. So looking at the slums component and how do we deal with this? How do we deal with the building codes, the informality and formality? If you could share some thought with us. And I would like to ask you to be concise here so that we can look at, there are two other sets of questions that I think that you're going to like and find very interesting too. So please.
Well, thank you very much. Indeed, we have looked into this question of the formal and informal sector of buildings right when we started developing the building code in 1994. Our building code is mandatory by law, and it includes 4 strategies. It targets the entire 100% population of building stock in the country. It has 4 stages. One is what they call the state of the art for those who want to invest in a big way. The second one is the professionally engineered. The third one is the pre-engineered. We call it mandatory rule of thumb. And the fourth one is capturing all the traditional knowledge and putting that into the modern day scientific perspective or engineering perspective. It is what we call the rural guidelines for rural construction. So that has got prescription for almost everything, including the cow sets and your stages. That is one thing. When it considers a revision, again we are driven by the fact that, well, if the United States is revising the code or the standards every 5 years, why shouldn't we? The question is, when we developed the building code in the first time, the tallest building in Kathmandu was 6 stories. So that time, inherently, the concept of that was the height that it got into the building code. Now we are constructing 22-story or 30-story, and there is virtually no code. So the revision is necessary for that purpose. But overall, the implementation is much more important than running behind the scientific progress and engineering progress, which many people would like to do with blindfolded eyes. I hope I covered the.
Yes, I think with regard to the slums, which are part of what we call informal settlements, they are both the cause and also the effect of the this type of actual risk we are talking. I mean, it is the effect of migration. rural to urban areas, unemployment, social disparities, several of the types of problems. At the same time, because they don't have the adequate capacity and strength in order to actually be resilient. It varies only from the standardization of the construction in the slums, lack of preparedness response capacities, social violence, etc., etc. I think it should be seen from both sides as the effect of actually the root actually causes that we are seeing on the migration, etc., as well as the cause actually for the more risk in the urban sector of our works, because based on the, I think available statistics, over 1.5 billion people who live in Islam or informal settlements without enough access to water, sanitation, and the basic capacities to be prepared to respond to disasters. I think this is why it's very important that we put this issue and the similar issues in the wider scope and framework, which is the social dimension of disasters. Otherwise, if we remain limited to the physical infrastructure, I mean, building codes are very important, retrofitting is very important, but they are not actually helping us to rectify and identify the real and the serious roots of the causes actually for disasters. And Islam is one of the hottest problems, the greatest issues that can help us to better analyze, understand the interaction between the causes and effects such relationship in the disaster reduction in general and urban risk in particular.
Thank you, Mustafa. Let's see, I have two sets of very complex questions here. Let's start with this one. And let's see how we're going to deal with this question, please, and you're going to help me out. Because the question, we have 5 minutes here. I think that just as a reflection here, these two questions relating to resilience and the language describing preparedness and resilience, and it was for Lloyd to explain why we have these words. And we have another questions that is related also here, is from the Rockefeller campaign mandates the creation of the chief resilient officers. But for the Red Cross to be able to replicate and advocate for this approach, we will need clarity on what this is and how does it entail. How could we phrase it for the broader public? And I think it relates to all the question on how we deal with disaster preparedness and this component of resilience. We have not very much minutes right now. So I think that the other sets of questions we have here were more in the sense of early warning system and disaster preparedness and state preparedness, and how to really look at the complacency of the public regarding simulations, regarding early warning system not having a disaster, as well as examples of level of coordination between government and private companies. But just to close down the panel, what I would like to do now is if we could get from each one of you your reflection on when we started, and I was saying that we're linking with it, how we really learned the lessons. Are we getting somewhere with this, or are we just doing the same business as usual? I think that it would be interesting from your side to have just a few words from those experiences of those cities that you have on how we have learned from the past experience and how far we are. Mustafa.
Yeah, thanks. I think absolutely we learn, but the problem and challenge is that we may not apply effectively what we learn due to various reasons. Based on the experience that I've been personally, actually, the past engaged, the term was, I think, very critically mentioned today, and that is the institutional capacity. I believe that this is a very, very important, I think, concept, because maybe one cause of many problems that we have in this is that the knowledge, the skills, the experience, and the practices that we see and we learn, we are not able, to use them long-term effectively in a developmental manner. So we learn from big disaster and recovery, response recovery for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then that goes. We wait for another one, the same, and that repeats actually this cycle that is repeating itself. So the constant long-term institutional capacity, which is beyond one organization. By institution, I mean the institution of disaster reduction management, which includes multi-organizations, communities, decision makers, practitioners. How we can collectively and strategically learn, maintain, and apply in a developmental way what we actually are learning throughout the disasters. That's partly, I think, requires knowledge and skills, partly multi-stakeholder sectoral partnerships, partly legal frameworks and legislations. So there are a series of requirements in order to help us to develop and maintain the institution of effective disaster risk reduction management. Otherwise, learning, I think, is good in terms of observation and getting the skills, the information, data, knowledge, and being encouraged for some certain period of time. But we have not been able, I think, to my personal opinion, to maintain a long-term developmental sort of institutional capacity which can help us to not only learn but also to apply our knowledge based on this.
Thank you, Mustafa.
Well, when we started, say, look at the scenario, at least in Asia 10, 20 years ago, pathetic situation, countries full of fatalism. Now you go, there are multitude of programs, multitude of agencies, even the development partners, they have input. So, I mean, there is a tremendous learning that is going on. I mean, the other side is that we are not satisfied by the amount of learning that we have, that has gone into the system, that has gone into the process. So, had there not been the earthquake in Gujarat, you wouldn't have seen me here. It's not only a learning from one, your own earthquake in your own country, but Gujarat earthquake in the Indian subcontinent was tremendous learning. It's the biggest thing that they gave, or the Kashmir earthquake of Pakistan, where we had a chance for getting exposed. We were involved in the rural reconstruction of more than 600,000 rural buildings. So tremendous learning is there. The problem is that we are not managing this learning. We are, not being able to. We still continue to rely on the universities and the research laboratories and the engineering and others. We are experimenting in the laboratories rather than experimenting or looking into the or documenting the actual learning of life that we are getting in these things. So that is there, but the learning has been tremendous. I must say that that way it is, for me, sort of an obligation or a obligation and inspiration to work more, because many people have died for all this learning, and that is you have to really pay back somehow, somewhere.
Thank you. Annalisa?
Thank you. Yes, I think we have learned. We keep learning every single day. In Mexico, probably in some other countries in Latin America, we don't have the culture of documenting the lessons learned, because then after doing that, then you fight. So you don't want to say what didn't work. You don't want to say that you need to improve something. Everything we're doing is fine. Everything is enough. And if something happened, it was beyond our scope of the scenarios that we have predicted. What I think is that we need to, public institutions, government in general, they coordinate well, they're ready to respond to it. There's always in the new administration, when there's a new administration, you have to do the learning curve. We saw a great deal, the hurricane deal in last September in Mexico, in the Baja. But still, I think that the need is to keep talking about the consequences. We also have become experts on this, what could happen. I mean, the event that could happen, but we don't talk about consequences. Consequences on my own, consequences for the development of the community, really the way things affect us. And I think that if we change the way we talk about disasters and say like, otherwise we don't take the risk as our own. We really have to make people realize what they're willing to lose, talking about the risk tolerance that we were talking earlier.
Muchas gracias, Jose. And to finish, Lloyd, quickly. Before Peter, very simply, we have made huge progress. I mean, it's illustrated both in the narrative I gave, in case it was not sounding hopeful. But we need to change the way we think. We are too used to project mode, short term. Even our agendas are short term. I'm sorry to say, we are in this year of changing the global agenda, and they're all for the next 10 years rather than 15 or 25 years. So we fundamentally made a mistake on that. Having said that, we need to be thinking about long-term agendas, 20-year, 50-year agendas, and forget the globe. We will need to frame national and locally specific agendas. So we need to be ready for the long haul. We need to be slow-paced in our work, and we need to learn from what we do. We'll make mistakes. Let us make mistakes and learn from them, because the local communities and the local nations and local entities will have to learn. There's too much of this spoon-fed, internationally driven silver bullets, simplistic silver bullets. We have to end all of that. We have to learn it for ourselves. So having said that, Burma is going through a year of great transition. It happens to coincide with the year of the global agendas. But I think during this time, in a digestible, palatable way, we have to continue to sell this agenda and let it take deep roots. And so therefore, I use the word safer, livable, and people-friendly. I dreamt them up, and I'm struggling with them. The inspiration for people-friendly was partly people-centered is a politically savvy catchphrase in Burma. Child-friendly is a politically correct, savvy, globally acceptable frame. People-friendly comes out of a mess of all of that. Livable is a much better word to understand sustainable cities. Sustainable city is the right concept, but sustainable is so complex and we've made such a mystery out of it 25 years later that we need to deconstruct it, disaggregate it into simple terms which are meaningful and aspirational. So these are the choices of those words, and happy to talk about Rockefeller and the Red Cross and how they can relate to each other. Whoever asked this question.
Lloyd, thank you very much. So let's give an applause to our panelists and thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. So quickly, how we're going to organise lunch and the next event. So over lunch, Indira Kulavanik, where are you, Indira? You're around somewhere, is going to give a presentation on the road to Sendai. I think Roy's going to make some comments on this. Here's how I suggest we do lunch. In the back room, there are tables laid out with sandwiches. I suggest we take a 8-minute break until past, because people can like remember past. Back in here by past, and we will start the presentation on the road to Sendai at past. So those of you like who Anita are really hungry, are already making your way to get the sandwiches, grab the sandwiches. Back in here if you want to hear the presentation by past. Thanks very much. Yes.
And then, do you want to put it? Yeah, right there. And I'll just hold it.
Perfect. Okay. So thank you, first of all, for chatting with us. Can you introduce yourself for the camera? Give us a little bit of your title and background.
Yes, I'm Ana Lucia Gil. I'm from Mexico. I'm a doctoral candidate on crisis disaster and risk management from GWU, that is right next door. And I'm a former Director General of Civil Protection for the federal government in Mexico. And right now I head an initiative that is called Yo Soy Protección Civil, Civil Protection. That is an effort to create capacities for preparedness and response and resilience and continuity at the local level.
So what's been the most, I guess, impressive thing that's been talked about today, or the most important topic that we could cover in this day?
Well, in general, I think that we all agree that there's need for leadership in the field, even though there's something that is being worked on for several years now, for coordination, for getting people involved. I think is the most important. Talking about non-structural measures that we can take.
So you mentioned something in your presentation about the culture of not wanting to admit mistakes, to learn from them. What can we do, I guess, concrete measures to make improvements to that culture?
Probably the professionalization of the people working in the field, and so they're not afraid of speaking out of what is going on and being afraid of they can lose their job. That could be probably one good measure. I don't know, probably we just start doing it. When I went into office in 2007, we have the big flooding in Tabasco, you might remember. And people said that, like, all the time, like, what we don't do from the states, civil protection representatives from the state governments in Mexico, why don't we have lessons learned? And I prepared for the national meeting, for the first national meeting in 2008, I prepared the lessons learned from our response in the flooding in Tabasco, and they took it back home in order to give me some background and feedback and everything, and I never heard from them again. So they didn't like listening what have worked well and what didn't.
So you said earlier as well that you really jump at the chance to come to these events and conferences. Why is that? What do you get out of them that you find so valuable?
It's just a personal satisfaction that I'm doing something that contributes to have a better and safer lives in general. So it could be in an international forum like this. It could be in a small school to a group of students in high school, and I will be with the same. I will be there all the time talking about what could make people aware of what the risks they face every single day. Today I have a participation in a radio program later today, and I actually going to talk about what we're talking in this meeting.
I heard that you have students that are watching today, right?
I'm supposed to be teaching class today on prevention, on disaster management. So their homework was to watch the meeting and to write. They're studying social responsibility, so they have to write on why the meetings like this are important to our class and why it's important also to the social responsibility field where they're going to start working in the next months.
So, lastly, is there anything you would want to tell your students as they're watching?
They're going. Sometimes they say they're afraid of me because I'm facing them to the worst scenario, but that they're going to be much better on their job if they get involved with the issues that are related to the sustainability and to the continuity not only of businesses, of government, but also of the development of the communities we're living.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Unclip that from your neck there for a second. Sorry. We're good. Thank you very much. Oh yeah. So if you can stand on the X right there for me, okay. And we'll clip this. Mind if I clip it on your tie?
No problem.
I like your tie actually. Stylish.
It's my old tie with the Red Cross.
There you go. All right. So let me ask you first to introduce yourself. And,
Hi. I'm Loy. To those of you who have been seeing the live stream, I've spoken before, but anyway, I'm a DRR practitioner, somewhat long-standing, but increasingly an advocate for building resilience into the SDGs, which I believe is the most important part of our future for the next 15 years at least.
So can you expand on that a little bit? Why do you think that building on the MDGs is kind of the most important part of things?
Okay. Well, no, it's not the most important thing, but it's fortunately or unfortunately the next thing which is going to happen. And it's the next package which the whole global community, once it's adopted in September. Do I need to look there or look at you? Okay. So the SDGs are going to be a global framework, whether we like it or not. In the coming year, we'll need to lobby to get the SDGs right and make sure that we have resilience into the SDGs, because actually having resilience or safety for each of the SDGs is actually what will guarantee their implementation. We've seen in the MDGs that the failure to disaster-proof and climate-proof, the MDGs, ensured periodically that we push people back into poverty instead of lifting them out of poverty. And the same problem with the SDGs. So today, I think there's a much better realization compared to 15 years ago that resilience is a key part and an essential ingredient for sustainability. Safety is essential for keeping life alive, to simplify the language. So I mean, that's why I'm an advocate for connecting these two streams.
So you've traveled quite a ways, obviously, to come to this conference. What is it that you find valuable about attending a conference like this?
Well, it's a different audience. It's an American audience. America leads the world, and there are a number of people from key institutions in Washington, as well as the American Red Cross, the IFRC. There are a number of thought leaders globally who happen to be gathered here. It's an opportunity to interact, to network, to refresh one's ideas, to learn more, and to advocate more. So that's why I would not, I'm happy to be here. To the live stream audience, I would encourage, particularly for those of you who have heard what I said, if you have any thoughts on how you can help Burma through this transition and their resilience building, that's very welcome. Even if you have suggestions or ideas, that's also welcome. I think we all need a lot more of voluntary giving in the area of thoughts and ideas and support to local and national institutions which are struggling to do these things in each and every part of the world.
If I can ask another question, I mean, one of the reasons we're doing a live stream like this is we want to make these discussions accessible to a broader community, so more people can join in these discussions and share their experiences. What are some of the tools you've come across, or that you think we should do more of to make these discussions more accessible, to really bring in a broader community to these conversations?
Oh, I think the simple tool which I've had some experience of using is this famous online dialogue. So I would say that in going through all this effort of live streaming, which is probably catering to a European and American audience, the whole of the Americas and Europe in the same time zone, but is missing out Asia. So if we can do some amount of pre-conference gathering of questions, burning issues, and for those who have live stream, keep it on the website so that people can look, maybe edit and make a cogent summary, powerful summary of the key messages, and then run a series of conversations afterwards. So hopefully Prepare Center will do something like that. If one wants to experiment, I'm happy to assist in my capacity as the tag.
Well, thank you very much.
Great.
I'll take this over. We'll let you get lunch. Thank
Yes.
you. Come on in.
Any questions?
Wonderful to meet you again in person. But so I'm going to clip this on your tie if that's all right.
Good.
And just ask you a few questions, and you can just look at me. You don't have to look at the camera.
Okay, I will not look at the camera.
Okay. So first off, can you just introduce yourself again and your title?
My name is Amod Dixit. I'm the Executive Director of the National Society for Earthquake Technology, Nepal. It's called NSET, which is focused on earthquake risk management in Nepal and the region.
So you've obviously traveled quite a ways to attend this conference. What is it that you find so valuable about attending a conference or an event like this?
See, the concerns are similar, the problems discussed are similar, and the solutions offered are similar. So there is communality, people talked. You see that people talk, look at the social aspect rather than it's not only the physical aspect. So This gives you mutual learning, experience sharing, and reconfirmation of some of the concept that you might have developed, and it provides answer to many of the questions that you might consider as unanswered.
We'll move on to the final section where we'll look at some of the linkages between the practice of resilient cities and the need for research to drive that forward.
Okay,
Yep, it's on.
Okay, is it really working? Yeah.
You just have to speak up a bit.
Yeah. Okay, while you're trying to settle down with your lunches, and while you still can talk a little bit, I would like to start the presentation actually with a question. How many of you are familiar with the HFA?
What is HFA?
See, that's a good question. You just answered my question. So my point is the entire campaign, Road to Sendai, is actually linked what we call a Kyoto Framework for Action, which was established it was adopted 10 years ago in Japan, just after the Great Indian Ocean Tsunami. It was a good timing at that time. So basically, the fact that even us who are working in the humanitarian development sector are still not all familiar with the framework, it sends a message that we have to do more about dissemination of the same one. And the framework itself is adopted by the 167 countries, which means all of our countries have actually committed to implement it. And it's looking in how to tackle the disaster risks and to reduce the risk for the future. So in March this year, in Sendai, there will be a new World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction. And leading to that conference, there was an initiative started with the UN ISDR, who is going to basically, who has encouraged all of us, including Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, together with the Asian Disaster Risk Reduction and Response Network, Australian government, and many other partners who have come along to join into one united voice to speak on behalf of the communities. The reason why I mentioned the framework, everybody basically said, this is not our business, it's our government's business. But now looking back at the last 10 years, it's everybody's business. It's no longer government's business, it's no longer academia, in NGOs or whoever, it's everybody's business to get involved. Now, as we were doing the introduction from our respected panelists before, I would also like to raise another issue. We keep talking about the natural disasters, but what about the pandemic preparedness? Are we doing enough to actually raise the resilience level for our communities to be prepared to act? Not only communities, governments. So it's not about looking at the disaster impacts, because our world has changed. And we need to address those changes in the way they've been posed to us. So going back now to the voices which have not been very well represented, it's a community voices. At the high level meeting, it's always the representatives of the organizations, governments, etc. They all talk. But in reality, all what we do, if you look at the Red Cross, we are basically, our core existence is our volunteers and communities. At the end of the day, we manage to pass their voices, but do we really do that sufficiently well? Can we do better job? Can we get the job from the the numbers, what we would sometimes say, those people to speak up and send the messages to their leadership? What do they actually need? So in retrospect, last 10 years of the framework itself, which basically had the overall goal to build the resilience of the nations and communities, and to some of you might be in news, but it was a fantastic framework. It's just a pity that we were not able to actually all implement the various components of it. However, there were many success stories of implemented risk reduction measures at the community level. So the idea of this campaign is to give the voices to the communities, to amplify their voices, and send their messages to the world leadership. The new framework, what we like to call as a HFA2, Kyoto Framework for Action 2, the initial draft has been prepared. However, the final draft will be done in Sendai in March. So there is still chance to get the influence or to influence the world leaders to integrate the messages from the communities. Now this campaign is trying to reach very humbly at the moment 100,000 people, but we are hoping that we are going to get much more than that one because it's gone global. It's not anymore just Asia Pacific where it started. Now it's going to address all the regions of the world, especially taking into consideration that let's just take the context of natural disasters. Natural disasters are not anymore affecting only the low-income countries or developing countries. Natural disasters are now hitting hard mid-income countries, rich countries, and probably in the last two, the population or communities are less prepared than they are in the low-income developing countries because they've been facing those for many years. So they actually develop their own systems, how to respond, recover from it. So in reality now, what we would like to do together in partnership with all these, as you can see here, these other partners there, we would like to go back and celebrate the success stories of the HFA1, to go back to the communities, get their really community voices, send the messages to the leadership and ask them what we think should be done to support our efforts to act as one of the stakeholders. Because the reality is we very often undermine the importance of the community and their contribution. There is enormous resource within the communities to contribute in building the resilience itself. And I like the debate about the resilience that we had here. In reality, I like to use the simple explanation on it. What we as a professionals use as a sectors for the individual beneficiaries of the ground, their needs. So we just give them a kind of a more academic names. But in reality, what the beneficiaries need, they need a holistic approach to their needs. So we need to adapt to their way rather than them adapting to us. This is one of the opportunities for the communities to provide the feedback to the leadership. Second thing is we're going to provide also, while we're sharing the success stories, we're going to send the messages, and we are also going to give an opportunity for direct feedback into the website. The website itself it has its own website, which is linked directly with the World Conference Disaster Risk Reduction website. We are hoping that there will be a global launch at on the day of the opening of the conference. And I don't know if you are aware, but it is a huge event. And it happens only every 10 years, and it is more than likely that the next one will only take place in 15 years' time, which means we have the opportunity now through the campaign to amplify the voices of communities, but in reality, we all have the responsibility, both Sendai, to implement it. And to finish it up, the most important challenge I would like to mention is it's demystification of the HFA, demystification of the framework, which is going to be followed up after Sendai. So this campaign is not going to finish in March. This campaign is going to take into consideration community voices, try to consolidate them, to present them to the world leadership, and to beg them to integrate their recommendations, so we can all jointly, collaboratively work in collaboration, complementarities to implement the HFA to try to protect the future. But on the demystification, what we are going to do as a group of enthusiasts, Red Cross, ADRN, UNISDR, and key stakeholders involved in the campaign, we are going to try to translate the global framework, kind of a government policy document, into simplified language that the local communities will understand. And after that one, we are going to disseminate it. So in the future, that when there is a discussion, it actually works both ways, top down and bottom up. And everybody's talking about the one common framework, which may be including the donor societies as well. So we will try to minimize the space for maneuver for somebody to say we did not know about it, or we were not sufficiently aware of it, etc. Like this, it will basically provide more constructive discussions and more creative solutions for the future. So with this one, I would like to basically sum up as an initiative and invite everybody So when I said everybody, I mean really your own communities, even in US, even in New Zealand, your own individual beneficiaries who have been exposed to disasters, who have learned something, who have used their knowledge to provide the feedback into the campaign, because every voice counts. Thank you.
I'm not sure, is this mic live? Okay, when Rebecca told me or requested me to be part of this panel as to follow up to the comments that Indira had just mentioned, she didn't realize that she was opening a Pandora's box, basically. Because I think that what we have heard over the last day, and certainly yesterday and today, actually reflects a lot of the experiences that some of you are going to be involved with in one way or another. But I'd like to take it from a totally different perspective. I'd like to look at it from the perspective of process and identity. Words like, okay, what are you really doing and how are you really doing it and to what end? Indira and I actually shared an experience during the Bosnian conflict at a distance, even though we weren't aware of each other, except by the fact that we were aware of another presence. And building upon that experience, I realized that running any operation, at some point you find yourself echoing the immortal words of Sherlock Holmes, elementary, my dear Watson. And then how did you arrive at that elementary, my dear Watson? It was a sudden history that everything you were doing was comprised of elements. And at some point, there was an acknowledgement of recognition of the various elements of your objective. Now, sometimes you staggered through it, sometimes others led you to it. But paraphrasing what we're trying to do here, I think, I would like to break it into two elements. One, thinking of what we're engaged in the way a decathlete athlete trains for the Olympics. You have one basic skill, but then you have to incorporate that one basic skill in one persona and expand and learn a lot of other new skills. We use the words cooperation, coordination, partnership, and so forth. But as some of the speakers earlier identified, how do you break that down into actuality? One of the things that I learned in the NGO world and in the international organization world and in government and the military is that institutions don't really like to move beyond their identity and their comfort zone. But at the same time, if you acknowledge that there's an event which is going to force them to work together, then the trick is, going back to the elementary, my dear Watson, and the decathlete, is identifying those elements which enable them to retain their sense or illusions about what they are and still achieve an objective. For those of you who worked in the field in the NGO world, that happens all the time. Then as soon as the situation changes, the war ends, the disaster ends, you go back to what is comfortable within the institutions. So what I would like to suggest as a framework for a lot of what you've already heard and what you will subsequently hear and what you will be engaged in is the process of identifying the things that are available within a community. Specific examples, Katrina in the US. Now, evacuation, all right, you're in Louisiana working at a job which is paid on a monthly basis. And let's say the evacuation point is December 30th, to pick a date. But you don't get paid until January 2nd. Are you going to evacuate? I don't think so. Because if you evacuate, you have no resources. So in terms of a planning framework for that community, that kind of information and knowledge as to, okay, what are the realities that are going to accompany any evacuation in the event of a disaster? Should we anticipate that the public sector is going to have to provide the framework for that evacuation because people don't have it themselves, they don't have cars. And even if they have cars, they couldn't pay for the gas. In other words, I'm reducing it to the elementary, my dear Watson, framework for understanding communities. I grew up in New York. And New York is for those of you who know that part of the country, is an incredibly complex community. A lot of my life was spent up in Harlem. Now, the idea of evacuating Harlem to move to Staten Island, for example, in the minds of anyone living in Harlem is ludicrous. Why? You don't, first of all, you don't even like the people in Staten Island. You don't trust them. And you're not even sure that there's any good reason to do it. So again, drilling down to the fundamentals, how do you convince a population which has an attitude towards a societal structure that you don't fully comprehend to behave in a way which is in their own self-interest? You identify what they think works in their interest. You find the institutions that are associated best with their interest. And then you find ways to accomplish those, the decision makers, and this is something we need to talk more about. What are the predicates for decision making? But in my own experience, they're not what people typically assume them to be. Decision makers, the good ones, understand what their terms of preference are. They understand what they can do and what is achievable, and they make that decision even though it seems contrary to evidence. But I should find out how long I can go on.
Yeah, close.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Right. Basically, I've been doing it. I'll sum up this sermon in 1 minute. I think that we have to look in terms of some of the things that we've learned, basically in terms of the substructure, the predicates for action. You have words of action, cooperation, coordination, and I've stopped using the word coordination, frankly, because people don't want to be coordinated. They simply have to find ways to cooperate in their own self-interest. In the best of all possible worlds, we should be able to tell the entities to do one thing or the other. The recent experience in the Philippines, for example, which has a very good disaster management system, but as it worked down to the lower levels, the community levels and so forth, the problem is that the decision-making within the lower levels as to how to use the resources they were allocated didn't exist. So a lot of the resources that were available were never utilized because no one really knew how to allocate allocate the resources. The structure didn't exist. So the predicates for success, I think, are more action-oriented, really, than objective-oriented. Establish a workable process that the community buys into, and finally, every community is going to define that process differently. There's no question about that. A major urban environment in the East is not going to do what a city in Des Moines, Iowa is going to do, or New Orleans in Louisiana, or in Mississippi. It's all going to be different. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Thanks very much. Bruno, can you get your panel sort of organized up here? And somebody from the American Red Cross, I think you wanted to talk about video competitions, did you?
Oh, Renata.
Renata?
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to tell us about the video competition? Hey, you better have a mic.
I'm very proudly to announce on behalf of the GDPC the video competition, which is basically a side effort to build momentum around all this stuff. And basically as a accompanied effort for our new released website of preparedcenter.org, I invite you all to become members, to advocate for it, to contribute to resources and your stories with all your expertise. And jumping back again to the video contest competition, we're launching starting on February 5th. Basically, what we believe in for preparedcenter.org, it's a site for practitioners, for disaster preparedness practitioners, just like all of you sitting in this room. And of course, our core from the website is prepare, learn, innovate together. So what we want to do with the contest competition is basically to ask people around the world, what's your simple prepare? So prepare, what's your simple solution to prepare for disasters? How you innovate? So what's your unique approach to disaster preparedness? How you learn? So what have you learned in preparing yourself and your community? And together, how will you share what you learned? I wish for more information, starting February 5th, you can check all the information online. And I invite you all to spread the word of preparedcenter.org and become members through all your networks. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Robert. So if you're interested in the video competition, see you later, go to preparecenter.org. Our next panel is looking at the linkages between practice and research and giving us some sort of snapshots of what's going on in the research field. And I think we've got an idea from listening to the past presentations of just how complex this notion of rebuilding or retrofitting, making more resilient a city is. Roy gave us a good example of the social complexity of it. Like most proud dads, I've got a son who's now doing things that I told him he should never do, i.e. get involved in the field I'm in. And he's working for an engineering company in London. And one of the things he's looking at is a concept note on what would it take to redo London's entire water and sewage system, which has been built up over hundreds and hundreds of years. I don't understand his emails anymore because the algorithms are way beyond me. But he's nice, he keeps asking my opinion. One of the things he's discovering is that London is still in places using medieval systems that were built in the 1500s. How do you start fixing? How do you start changing a system that has components that go from 1500 to 2010 and change it from being one that deals with water and sewage as though it was one obstacle to dealing with the two things separately? So at times you think these are almost insurmountable obstacles. But maybe they're not. Maybe our researchers can tell us how to get past these. So Bruno, I pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Peter. My name is Bruno Hagenbart. I'm with the Global Network for Civil Society Organizations on DRR, based in London. And we're a network of around 1,000 southern civil society organizations. And I have the pleasure to moderate 5 panelists, which is even bigger than the panels that we've had before. As Peter has said, the topic is on how can research contribute to building urban resilience. I think the whole backdrop is that as the world is rapidly urbanizing and disaster risk is getting increasingly an urban dimension, we have also seen, especially in the last decade, an increase in the research world, in the academic, but also in the more action research-oriented world, to gain better understanding of the specificity and the complexity of urban risk and resilience building. And GDPC has managed to put together an interesting and excellent panel to offer a snapshot of the current findings from their own background, from their own perspective. None of the panel members are actually urban gurus or urban experts. They all have been confronted in their work with more urban dimensions, with more urban resilience issues, and they will bring from that diversity of views their perspective on it. Some people have been working in DR education and awareness, such as Mala. Other people come from a conversation and a conservation and ecosystem background. Then there's people who have worked around humanitarian principles, but they've all have been confronted increasingly with the urban dimension of their work. So I'm now in, and I'm trying to find a common ground between all of them. So I've tried to develop a logical sequence from what I would call the more generic perspective, and that's why I'm inviting Randolph to give a presentation without a PowerPoint to the very practical. And so the next one up will be Joost, and then Kilu, and then Vera, and then Mala being the process. So you can take the microphone. And there's no PowerPoint being used, just one picture, I was told.
Yeah, let me just say, the disadvantage to you is there's no PowerPoint. The advantage is you can see me. And so on that basis, let me see how I can use my 10 minutes, I think, to follow along what Bruno rightly said. And by the way, what so many of you had said. So I think this brings a lot of what has been said to, I think, a very interesting juncture. And what I'd like to do is just very briefly touch on what you might call urban reflections, and then talk a bit about complexity theory and how that might relate. And then conclude by saying, okay, then what does City Hall look like in 2035? So with that, let me just start off this way. My underlying thesis or premise is this, that urban planning, like all planning, that has to deal with ever more complex and ever certain environments has to bear in mind one fundamental premise, and that is the systems that you have now for dealing with the kind of problems that you foresee will not be adequate to deal with the kind of problems you have to deal with in 2 decades' time. I'd like to ask and begin with the following 2 questions. Do we really know the names of the kind of cities that we will be concerned with in 2 decades' time? And let me ask you this. Do we know what cities will actually look like? Let me give you a sense of what I mean. In 2 decades' time, what is a city? Is it an urban country or an urban sprawl? Is it really a villagization rather than series of slums around a center of a developed entity? What is the vertical dimension of this? You know, it's fascinating that China and India individually create 2.5 times more vertical buildings in a year than throughout Chicago, as now established. What and how and what is your vision of a city? And with that, what are the boundaries? What is the boundaries of a city that requires water? Water from where? From, we heard earlier, mountains, from rivers, from oceans. What is the boundary of a city? What is an urban population? We talk about, rightly so, mass migration into the city, but how about mass migration within a city? Moving back and forth across cities. What is an urban population? And how do you monitor this urban population? And where do chips that the newborn perhaps will have when they're born? Or where does big data or the massive data that can actually individualize individuals that supposedly are part of the communities, where does that fit in to your conception of a city in the future? I also wonder, what is employment in a city in 2035? Where does that fit into robotics? Where is the concept of, if you like, non-employment fit in to the patterns of cities? And let me talk very briefly about the infrastructure. Where does 4D printing, not 3D printing, where does 4D printing fit in terms of capacities to expand or contract according to, if you like, the force of pressures? What's he talking about? He's talking about a system of water, transforming, if you like, water pipes through cities where the pipes themselves, because of the 4D nature of this, can actually expand or contract according to the needs and the pressure. 4D printing. Where, if you like, off-grid solutions, where individuals have their own source of power, etc. And what does that do for cities and city structures? And let me ask you this. Where in your thinking, in your planning for your cities, do the following come in? How about nanotechnology? Where might that fit? And how about, for example, artificial intelligence? But there you are in your city, and something that you really have not prepared for, or have you, and that's called cybernetic collapse. All systems go down in what you call your city. Impossible? Improbable? I don't think so. Not in the perspective of a 2-decade time frame. And there the question is, who's thinking about it? And now really what I want to do, Bruno, is to get into the research element. Am I running out of time?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, well, this is a fairly untested research element. Oh, 5 minutes. My God. I can explain all my research in 5 minutes. Having said that, let me just then say, what do I think we have to do? And that is what falls under the construct of complexity theory. And complexity theory, in a sense, is a very simple issue. And that is, we have to be aware of the institutional constraints that we all face when trying to plan. And what complexity theory does is to say that In terms of strategic planning, what you have to do is to start looking at ways of preparing and future speculation. Future speculation begins with an understanding of the consultative process. How many people, how many communities, what are the institutions, what are the organizations that you begin to say, can we engage to talk about urban? And I think probably the fairly standard actors. Who goes to the scientific community? Who's sitting in MIT's Innovations Lab? Who's looking at demographers and demographics from ways that perhaps go beyond the conventional? Who are you engaging with? A deep and important question that is not analyzed sufficiently. I think the second thing is horizon scanning. Oh my God, is this just more scenario building? No, the difference between the horizon scanning I'm talking about and perhaps the horizon scanning that we all know too well is horizon scanning is a one-off. We go to workshops, spend 2 days, and then say, now let's get back to work. Horizon scanning has to be part of a strategic process, constantly reviewed, because it's only through horizon scanning that you begin to get a conglomeration of models where the spaghetti junction now begins to show where there might be a reality. So with all of that, and Bruno, let me come roaring to an end, what I'd like to do is perhaps say this. It's City Hall. It's the mayor's office. But the mayor's office is virtual. And that process is what you might call a navigator of change. There's no architect, and there's no, if you like, controller of change, because it just will not be in 20 years' time. You will move away from mechanistic systems and have, if you like, processes of constant feedback that will determine how this city will function. You will move away from top-down deliveries, not because of your choice, but because that is the inevitable result of where we're going in terms of internet and the whole ICT world. And basically, as a mayor, in your virtual city hall, if you're successful, you'll be a navigator of change. But if you continue with the kind of processes that most institutions probably will continue, you'll be marginalized. And that will be unfortunate for dealing with the city of the future. Thank you very much.
I actually forgot to introduce you because I thought you were so well known that it didn't need introduction. But thanks so much for your reflections. I now invite Joost to present. Joost is the director of the NOAA program, the Network on Humanitarian Action, based in Groningen in the Netherlands.
Thank you very much, Bruno. Indeed, my name is Joost Herman, and the capacity I'm in here today is even, I would say, a bit more fanciful. I'm also the president of the Global NOAA Association. So from that perspective, I hope that I will be able to address you in an appropriate fashion. If I look a bit pale, that is because I had a kind of déjà vu. Also in 2009, when the Groningen University, together with Peter Walker and Thea Hilhorst, organized the first World Conference on Humanitarian Studies in Groningen, Randolph was our keynote speaker. And also then he baffled his audience by these visionary statements that nobody paid attention to the next speaker being me anymore. I hope that my more down-to-earth presentation today will anyway land properly. Indeed, the NOAA Association, the Network on Humanitarian Action, is a global partnership of knowledge institutions that is in existence since 1993, and with a continuously growing membership, I may say. It represents a network offering a widely recognized and accredited interdisciplinary educational program in international humanitarian action, and a network engaging in fundamental and evidence-based research on contemporary humanitarian action. And NOAA, and that's important to stress, has always been a learning network, inwardly and outwardly. that aims to enhance professionalism, knowledge, skills, competences in humanitarian action. As a network of university, NOAA brings a university ethos to the existing humanitarian principles that govern humanitarian action. By now, NOAA consists of 12 universities from Europe and 8 global partners, with 6 membership applications pending. For the benefit of this present conference of the GDPC, I will focus on the role of NOAA as global academic group of institutions, the role it plays in enhancing professionalism in humanitarianism through research, with a specific focus on disaster preparedness and resilience in the age of urbanization. Indeed, the 21st century challenge of urbanization may well stand as an example for the full range of contexts in which international humanitarian action is carried out. Whilst the main reason of being for humanitarianism is still saving lives, alleviating suffering, and maintaining human dignity, the playing field has changed dramatically. The current pace and the predictions on urbanization adds to these changes and challenges and urges the humanitarian community to reconceptualize, or at least to reevaluate, its principles and their implementation, and to critically assess the earlier shaped concepts of resilience and disaster preparedness for their applicability in urban humanitarian, often protracted crises. The new characteristics of humanitarian space in urban settings, demographic pressures in physical terms, novel power dynamics at urban levels, and the enhanced means of a technological nature all demand re-examining the humanitarian position for its present applicability in urban settings. And academia, ladies and gentlemen, has a role to play in co-tackling these challenges. Examples of current NOAA-led research projects will demonstrate the relevance of research for the benefit of humanitarian effectiveness, of shaping disaster preparedness, and of building resilience in the context of urbanization. Academia, through its research, informs, of course, policy and practice. In the nascent field of what we have labeled humanitarian studies, most scholars agree to an interdisciplinary approach to understand and explain the ever-growing complexity of humanitarian settings. As Samuel Carpenter of the British Red Cross has pointed out, precisely urban settings are dominated by complex social and economic power settings, demanding profound interdisciplinary analysis of the situation prior to going in. Having contemporary databases available is crucial, such, for example, as the NOAA Groningen-led Humanitarian Genome Project and the NOAA GSG Globalization Studies Groningen Land Portal Initiative provide for. Academia serves as the critics of existing policies and practices as well. Being such a domain of carefully built-up knowledge, academia tends to have the longer view and the solid memory that often lacks in governmental and non-governmental circles. Our visiting professor, Thea Hilhorst, has, via her IS Academy on UN Security in Fragile States, proven this approach by creating research trajectories on disaster response and preparedness, informed by actors, but implemented by, in this case, her PhDs. It creates a very healthy distance between researchers and practitioners, and Peter Walker here in the room, formerly from Tufts, is another shining example of this approach. Finally, where possible, academia can join forces with practitioners and policymakers to make research more relevant to contemporary dilemmas, to combine experience with fundamental knowledge. NOAA's relationship with DG Humanitarian Aid of the European Commission and UN OCHA is an example of such an approach. NOAA's participation in the thematic consultation on humanitarian effectiveness may indeed serve as the first example of tangible academic involvement by NOAA that I would like to share as the remainder of my presentation with you. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, involvement in the thematic consultation on humanitarian effectiveness in the wider framework of the World Humanitarian Summit 2016. The main findings of our initial research, mainly conducted by my colleague Pat Gibbons from the University College Dublin, is the key phrase responsibility to respect. Respect for sovereign authority or authority per se, for negotiated access and true respect for local capacities of effective populations. I will return to this issue in the conclusion. Then secondly, I would like to highlight NOAA's growing role as a think tank for the benefit of DG Humanitarian Aid, delivering interdisciplinary papers on, amongst others, gender-based violence, disrespect of IHL, and the possible effective use of EVA, the European Voluntary Humanitarian Aid Corps. In these issue areas, the political stakeholder mix in complex urbanized settings have shown to heavily influence the situation and, as a consequence, also their analysis. And I only have to point out to the recent Ebola outbreak, in which the victimization in urban areas have been shown to be very gender biased. East Ukraine, as well as Syria, in which negotiated access of humanitarian action has made it impossible to not negotiate with those who are in command at that very moment in particular areas, even of cities. You will no doubt remember the accounts of fighting in the Donetsk. Then thirdly, I would like to point out that approximately 180 colleagues within the NOAA network are devoted to their interdisciplinary humanitarian research, an approach that is indeed highly necessary in these urban complex settings that I just spoke of. And 2 or 3 projects that I can highlight coming from this group of dedicated researchers is, for example, our Marie Curie ITM project on supporting preparedness and resilience, the Partnership for Resilience project with the Dutch Red Cross, as well as the earlier mentioned genome project, in which evaluation as a tool is being based upon a gigantic database gathered from all kinds of evaluation reports of major humanitarian organizations that will allow for a truly learning curve instead of single evaluations being conducted and never looked at again. And finally, universities educate people. We have staff who accompany graduate and PhD research, for example, and I mentioned the latest projects that I was involved in on the failing common European asylum policy and its humanitarian consequences for unaccompanied minors in urbanized settings, factors shaping adolescent resilience to floodings, a comparative approach between rural and urbanized settings in a variety of countries, and once more, which I highlighted already, the responsibility to respect. The analysis of a still lingering on process of negligence of sovereign authorities in natural disaster-struck states, and the case study that we conducted was on the Hurricane Haiyan and the city of Tacloban, which indeed indicated, as was highlighted already before, a sovereign state with mechanisms at its disposal, but being surpassed to the left and the right by incoming international non-governmental organizations. So 2 preliminary conclusions from all this research and these research initiatives concerning urbanized humanitarianism. First of all, introducing the principle of subsidiarity out of a necessary respect for existing governance structures. What we have come to agree upon within our network is that the present day principles should at least be complemented by this principle of subsidiarity, through which this respect for existing authority structures, governance structures, need always to be tested. And the second conclusion, in relation to the previous one, using this principle of subsidiarity, you can also force the higher authorities to secure a true respect for the remaining capacities amongst the affected populations, as a result of which true accountability to and acceptance by the very affected communities will be heightened. So a full research agenda that has produced results, but that indeed is likely to produce even more results if the interlinkage between practitioners and researchers is not scorned, but is made fully effective to the utmost degree. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joost. What I remember as a clear message is that the whole, also for humanitarian work, the urbanization and the rapid urbanization is going to dramatically influence the way we're going to act and think. And this is the new paradigm shift that is expected in the 21st century. There's going to be a need to reassess some of the current humanitarian principles. And as a conclusion, Jos highlighted the principle of subsidiarity and also the need for stronger accountability of local authorities towards the affected communities. I just kindly remind you, if you have questions for the speakers, to write these on a card and then share it with our lovely assistants in the back. I now kindly invite Kilu, who's the Executive Director of the Disaster Resilience Leadership Academy at Tulane University, but has also worked as OFDAP Director and many other functions, to present his points on the role of research in an urbanized context.
Great, thank you. Before I start, Rebecca, I'd like to make an offer perhaps next year that Tulane hosts your 4th annual conference, and we can do it in the backdrop of New Orleans. It was 65 degrees when I left yesterday. Right? We're in the throes of Mardi Gras right now, so we should be throwing beads and king cakes and all of that. I'd like to talk a little bit about a qualitative study that we just recently completed in partnership with 15 African universities in 18 communities. It's part of our Resilient Africa Network, which is a 5-year, $25 million project that's funded by USAID's Higher Education Solutions Network. And this qualitative study is ongoing, and we've been looking at how to strengthen resilience to drought, to flood, to gender-based violence in the DRC, to HIV/AIDS in Southern Africa. And there's also a rapid urbanization component in West Africa that I'll touch on a little bit. But the Resilient Africa Network was launched in 2012, and it's led by Makerere University in Uganda, and it's co-led by Tulane University. And it brings together, as I noted, 15 African universities. It's quite incredible. It's implemented through 4 regional hubs, what we call Resilience Innovation Labs, RI Labs. So in East Africa, it's led by Makerere, but it includes network partners from Kenya, as well as Rwanda. In the Horn, it's led by Jimmy University in Ethiopia, and it includes Mandalay University in Somalia, University of Addis Ababa in Ethiopia as well. In Southern Africa, it's led by the University of Pretoria, and it includes network partners from Malawi and Zimbabwe. So it's quite an incredible opportunity in a way here when we think about how resilience now is part of the dialogue with regard to humanitarian action and development and sustainability. And I think what's great about this network and what this project represents is, if we think about what resilience promises in a way here, it requires a deep understanding of the context, and it has to be locally led. And what this project does is it brings universities and professors and students in the most vulnerable communities to the forefront, really to be able to debate and to prioritize what resilience means to them, to be able to then identify perhaps what makes these communities more resilient, what makes them capable to withstand floods and drought and gender-based violence. And that's what our study has been able to do, is to initiate this dialogue here. But the Resilient Africa Network goes further. It not only provides perhaps some evidence and some deeper knowledge about how perhaps communities are withstanding and coping with these challenges and stressors. There's $1 million fund each year to be able to support African innovators. So the project not only includes African universities, but includes Tulane University that takes the lead on resilience, and it brings in Stanford University to be able to support these universities and through their RI labs to be able to do what perhaps universities and other innovators have done in Silicon Valley, and bring that expertise, but contextualize it with regard to what's happening in the environment within Africa. So the RAN, which is the Resilient Africa Network, looks at systematically how do we strengthen resilience in these vulnerable communities, and it does it through 3 steps. I mean, in a way here, what we try to do initially for the last 2 years is develop a conceptual framework that will help guide how these RI labs and how these communities can, with evidence, be able to deepen the understanding of resilience. And through that data and through that evidence, be able to perhaps incubate, scale up, and test innovations and interventions that are driven by this data. And the third component here is to take all of this research and knowledge that's been gained to be able to bring a collaborative global effort together to have these discussions. So as the technical lead for the RAN on resilience, what we did was that we took our work that was done in Haiti, that was an 18-month-long study funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that looked at, how do we evaluate the impact post the 2010 earthquake in Haiti in terms of Haitian resilience. And again, it was the same process where in Haiti, we partnered with the State University of Haiti. It was locally led. Definitions of resilience, dimensions of resilience were identified and prioritized based upon that local leadership. And what we've done over the past 2 years with regard to the Resilient Africa Network was host a series of learning events that brought together in East Africa, West Africa, the Horn, and Southern Africa, these scholars, these students, to start defining resilience. What does resilience mean to them? How do you prioritize the various challenges and stressors that they face? So in a way here, we want to make sure that for the policymakers and the donors and implementing partners, that if we're going to make these investments to reduce risk and vulnerability and really address those root causes of underlying vulnerability here, that it's driven by the local context and it's driven locally. So we have a 4-step conceptual framework that has been developed for the RAN. And each one of these steps has a more detailed methodology. And all of this can be found in our fuller report, which will be released in the next 2 weeks. So the first step that we look at here is this whole formative contextual analysis, where for the first 8 months of the program, the grant allowed the opportunity to have a series of these learning events. And they came together to discuss these concepts, right? In a way here, what does resilience mean to them? And through this initial process, they were really able to prioritize, for example, in DRC, that they really wanted to look at how to make certain communities up in the Kivus more resilient to gender-based violence. Or perhaps in Uganda, in northern Uganda, they were looking at how do they strengthen resilience to climate variability and chronic conflict. In Southern Africa, it's quite surprising that through this dialogue, initially, the Southern African network partners came together and they wanted to deal with HIV/AIDS. And initially, we were thinking here that, given larger efforts that were ongoing, what were we going to do to address HIV/AIDS in a way that is not ongoing and that doesn't duplicate efforts? And it's quite astonishing that they were looking at it from a different perspective, in the sense that from their lens, they see these ongoing investments in communities burdened with HIV/AIDS. And yet what they wanted to learn here through this process was, how do you perhaps support these communities better cope and adapt? So with the ongoing investments that perhaps are made by PEPFAR, how does a deeper understanding of how female-headed households or communities that are affected by HIV/AIDS, how do we link these programs together that builds upon that existing capacity and perhaps looks at them not only as at risk and being vulnerable, but the fact that in many of these communities, they're thriving. So how do we pull that knowledge forward and design programs around it? Where I'm going to talk about the next however minutes I have left is really step 2 of this process, where through the qualitative and quantitative research, we've been able to identify and prioritize the most salient dimensions of resilience around these themes. Now, each one of these RLS, as I noted in step 1, came together and they said, well, what are we most challenged with, right? And whose capacity do we want to strengthen resilience, and resilience to what? So each one of these labs has a unique, perhaps, resilience theme that they want to address. So as I noted, East Africa, they're focused on climate variability. West Africa, rapid population growth. Southern Africa, HIV/AIDS. The Horn of Africa is looking at drought, floods, but also Somalia is part of the Horn, and they're looking at strengthening resilience to chronic internally displacement. So there's many, many themes that we're addressing, and what we've been able to do here, because of a standardized methodology that we've developed for all of the labs that are coming together, and through the initial qualitative study, is that for each one of these resilience themes, so whether it's flooding in Malawi or drought in Ethiopia, we've been able to identify these dimensions of resilience, right? What does resilience look like? How are these communities coping when faced with drought? And what's been interesting in terms of consolidating this initial finding, you'll see here in terms of this table, is up on top here, these are the resilience themes, right? And what we identify here is that generically, you might be able to categorize these dimensions according to wealth, psychosocial, health, natural resource, environment, infrastructure. There are 9 generic dimensions of resilience. But what we find through this initial qualitative study is that wealth may be found as a dimension across all of the themes, whether it's strengthening resilience to drought or to HIV/AIDS. But wealth is manifested differently based upon the context. It's defined perhaps differently between urban and rural populations. And according to what we will discuss in terms of the resilience pathway, wealth sometimes might be an underlying cause, right, of vulnerability. Sometimes it's an outcome in terms of once that trigger occurs. So what this initial qualitative study has been able to do is to allow us to not only identify perhaps generic dimensions of resilience, but to better understand how it's expressed and manifested. And for each one of these themes, right, we have then developed these resilience pathways that, again, layers it here in terms of how they express perhaps as an underlying cause. Sometimes they're immediate causes and effects of the trigger. Sometimes they are enabling, right, factors, and sometimes they're an outcome. And this starts to help the RI labs and donors and policymakers think about entry points. So for example, you might say that with regard to rapid urbanization, yes, there's a negative psychosocial outcome here. But if we're thinking about an intervention, do we just promote counselors to be able to help people, right? Or if we want to address resilience, perhaps we want to look at some of these other layers and factors. So this is an ongoing study. It will be released in the next 2 weeks. There'll be 15 very detailed studies that will provide all the data on this. And hopefully, if you have any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the day. I know my time is up. Thanks.
Thank you, Kilo, for a very interesting overview of how the Resilience Network in Africa has identified first the dimensions, then pinpointed that rapid urbanization and population growth, particularly in West Africa, and how you then did some in-depth, and I'm going to do some in-depth research on what that practically means in terms of solutions as well. So thanks. Now I kindly invite Vera Agostini. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Vera is a senior scientist at
the Nature
Conservation, and is going to bring a very interesting perspective. And I've also been personally involved in how VRR and ecosystem management and restoration can have an important impact in urban areas as well. So I'm really keen on hearing your story as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is this working? Yes, okay. So first of all, thank you to the Global Preparedness Center and Rebecca for inviting me. I've been to now 3 Red Cross events, and I love coming to these. I love all that I learn and meeting such passionate, committed individuals. So I'm really happy to be here. At first, I was a little bit puzzled because, and I'm glad Bruno said it very explicitly, I'm not an urban guru. I live in a city. My husband is actually an urban planner, but that's the extent of my urban guru-ness. However, you know, I'm definitely very interested in the topic, and I've started to really kind of throw around in my head and talked a little bit about it with Rebecca and some other colleagues, like what is urban? What defines urban? In a small island developing state context, a densely populated area, is that urban? And what are some of the lessons that we're learning there? How can those be transferred to the more classic urban context? So you're going to be hearing here a little bit of a sprinkle of different work. some of it urban related, but it depends really how you define urban. And what I'm not going to do, another thing that I was puzzled about was, okay, research. Well, we are not a research organization, but we certainly do a lot of research. So what you'll see here is what we do a lot of, which is, develop research and look at the intersection of that research with practice and really be on the ground with communities working to apply some of the knowledge that's coming out of the science. So you're going to get a little flavor of all these different things. The idea is that this is a conversation starter. I'm not going to dive deep into any one topic because I try to stick to my time, but I'm hoping that you'll have questions afterwards. This is to say that, Nature Conservancy does have a Resilient Cities initiative. It's a pretty recent initiative. And there are three sort of major strategies that initiative tackles: securing water, climate risk and resilience, and natural infrastructure. Today, for the talk today, I'm really going to focus all on climate risk and resilience. But I just wanted to flag to folks that for our initiatives, there are these three pillars that touch on the role that nature plays in working for cities. Really, the posit, that's not the assumption, but our strong belief is that really natural infrastructure protects people, communities, and livelihoods from storms and floods. So a lot of this central belief that we have provides the core for a lot of our climate risk and resilience work, certainly in coastal areas. And I want to notice here that another big thing for us, yes, we are an environmental organization, but we're really looking at the intersection between nature and people. So people, communities, livelihood, nature, it's all in this one sentence. And it's really, our work is very colored by really looking at the nexus between of all those different things. And our vision really, what we want to do is mainstream natural infrastructure as a tool to reduce risk for coastal communities. And now our strategy as an organization to do that, there are 5 pillars: making the case for natural infrastructure, working with the insurance industry, the engineering sector, policy and public investment, mobilizing private capital. Now, don't worry, in 10 minutes, I'm not covering all of these. There is no way. I'm just going to scratch the surface of this first one, make the case for natural infrastructure. I do have one of my colleagues who joined me today here, our director of our climate risk resilience strategy, Kathy, who's in the audience, and hopefully later in conversations, if you're curious, we can talk a little more about these others. Anyway, so in terms of making the case for natural infrastructure, what are the major things that we're doing? We do a bit of global analysis. This is where the researchy part of our work really comes in. We also work at more than 30 demonstration sites across the world. We have a really strong team that's looking at decision-making tools. How do you visualize information spatially and make it available for people, decision makers, to interact to help inform decisions? And then a bit of work on cost-benefit analysis, and Swiss Re is one of our partners that we're doing this work with. Now, I'm going to really focus mostly on these first 3, or not even focus, but give you a flavor of that. So let's start with let's start with really ahead of the game, making the case for natural infrastructure. So let's start with reefs, or this is the only one I'm going to have time to show you, but we've been looking at a lot of studies to try and figure out, okay, really reefs play a big role in natural coastal protection. This is essentially a plot that shows you some of the results of that work. We looked at thousands of studies that looked at the role of reefs in reducing energy from waves reaching the shoreline. And this just shows you different parts of the reef and what percentage of wave reduction those different parts of the reef can serve. Then we also engage in a few global analyses, and this is just one of them. We just recently published a few months ago a Coast of Risk report, but what that really represented was a lot of analysis trying to capture the risk that coastal community face, socioeconomic risk, and developing a whole range of indicators and making the connection between the risk level of coastal communities and nature. So these 2 maps, although they're not here for you to see exactly what they're trying to communicate, but just to show you that we looked at, for example, relationships between the risk of coastal communities and food, fish, essentially, how much they rely on fish, and the relationship that between the population and how much population is actually protected from reefs. So I just want to give you a flavor of, we're really working on looking at the relationship between socioeconomic indicators and risk and the natural environment to help make the case for natural infrastructure. Out of that study, something really interesting came up, is that really we saw that there was a pretty strong relationship between vulnerability and environmental degradation, whereas as environmental degradation went up, social vulnerability goes up. So there's a clear relationship between social vulnerability and environmental degradation. Hopefully this is not a surprise to most of you, and this is just to say they will be quantifying that. We're also, I said a little bit about tools to visualize risk. This is actually from close by, New York, Manhattan, but we're doing a lot of work on not only designing metrics and mapping those metrics for socioeconomic and ecological vulnerability, but also providing those to decision makers to be able to support their processes. So this is, for example, vulnerability by census district. This is extent, total building replacement costs, or some of the economics, some of the infrastructure, and then of course overlaying that with some information on nature. So again, these are not here to show you detail on this, but just to show you that we do spend a lot of time thinking about how do you represent information spatially, how do you make it available in a way that decision makers can interact and stakeholders. This is the last part of my presentation, and here I want you to kind of switch gears and go all the way to a small island in the Eastern Caribbean, Grenada. This is actually a place where we've worked very closely with the Grenada Red Cross Society, and this is where our relationship with the Red Cross started. And here we're essentially working along three fronts, really looking at, okay, how do we reduce erosion to this coastal community that's pretty densely populated? How do we help increase their adaptive capacity, mainly through preparedness and strengthening social networks, but also how do you look at their livelihood, help them? You know, this is mainly a fisheries-focused effort. And this work in Grenville Bay is really happening thanks to a coalition of partners with Red Cross Society, Grenada being one of them, a local NGO, ourselves, the government. None of this could really happen without that coalition. So what are we doing there? It would be a really long story. Again, just to give you a flavor, we're really combining some good science with a lot of participatory mapping with the communities, and the Grenada Red Cross Society is instrumental in helping us do that. We've actually used one of your tools, the vulnerability capacity assessment tool, to help understand better what it is the community was vulnerable, but also what capacities that they have to help reduce the vulnerability. And with all of those processes, work together to design effective nature-based solutions. In our case, nature, because obviously we believe that nature, especially for a small island developing state, is instrumental in making them less vulnerable. And I want to end with my final slide on something very exciting that actually I was just in Grenada last week. We've just launched something that we've been planning for a long time, a reef project. And this just shows you some of the science that happened before then. This is just a study of the currents in the bay and how, we did a lot of science modeling how that current would affect wave energy and placing structures in here, how that would reduce wave energy. So the project that I just said that we just launched is essentially a project to restore, enhance the reef in this area here, so to reduce the risk of erosion for this community in here. Now, the project was done very much with the community, for the community, obviously. This just shows you some of the activity that happened last week. We're essentially enhancing the reef, but we're doing it using all community labor. We could have, hired in and brought in expensive materials that maybe would have been more lasting, more effective, but we really wanted to design something that the community could really have buy-in and feel ownership for. So this is a really exciting, I think it's the first reef reef protection project. I know that the Red Cross, for example, does a lot of mangrove work, and we're also doing that in Grenville Bay. But this reef part is very exciting, and again, designed with the community, for the community, and utilizing all local labor and materials. And I guess, I think my 10 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Very interesting. I think we need to highlight that also cities are found mostly in coastal areas, so there's also a lot of direct relevance of all your findings in terms of reef, in terms of the importance of natural infrastructure and the mapping for any coastal urban communities that are exposed to these risks. So very useful insights. And then last but not least, my dear friend Marla Vettel, who's been around in the DR community for decades now. And she's now working as a senior advisor for education and DRR with the Australian Save the Children, and she's going to explain how education work in urban communities are interconnected. Thank you.
Okay, is this on? Working? Okay. So I just want to bring us to a very concrete example of the need for research, and also rather an appeal for how we as practitioners might stimulate the needed research. Oops, no, that wasn't it. Okay, let's start with just yesterday's publication from UNICEF on underlying inequities in education. So we have our contextual analysis. The poorest students are receiving up to 18 times less public education resources than the wealthiest, and on average 46% of public education resources in low-income countries directly benefit the 10% of students who are the most educated. And that's all before we've talked about hazard impacts. Now, here's pretty much what we know about hazard impacts on the education sector. The metaphoric black hole, which we will try to start to shed a light on. First of all, we do have a common framework that's the Global Alliance for Disaster Risk Reduction in the Education Sector has worked on developing and subscribes to, including the IFRC, and it tries to take a holistic picture of the education sector and what it means for resilience to exist in the education sector. There are three overlapping pillars: safe learning facilities, school disaster management, and risk reduction and resilience education. This framework was driven by the fact that there are so many stakeholders needed to be involved in making schools safe, that if we cannot express to the specific groups of stakeholders where they get involved, we will lose them at the get-go. We did a very small initial study. It's great to hear about $5 million, 5-year projects. I won't embarrass anybody, any of us, by telling you how little money we had for this 3-month study. But we wanted to look at the impacts of flooding, of smaller scale flooding on schools in Metro Manila. We did a similar study in Jakarta. The impetus for this is really hearing about the recurrent floods in these cities that never rise to the level of even being declared a disaster. Some of them don't have names. And wondering what is going on in the schools. So, you know, these don't rise to the level of any kind of humanitarian flag waving, come help us kind of a situation. The assumption is kind of people are coping with these. If people are coping, all must be well in the world. Metro Manila has 2 million children in 769 schools, and 36% of them have been identified by risk assessors as being at high risk for flooding. That's interesting. More than 40% of them have actually been flooded in the last year. Some experience flooding repeatedly, and by repeatedly I mean they schedule school according to low tide every day. Some experience flooding with king tides 4 times a year. Some experience flooding annually, seasonally, and so on. Turns out that in Metro Manila, also known as Baja Republic, which means flooding republic apparently, the various flood types, causes, and impacts, you know, when you know how the Alaskans have many words for snow, well, here you go. Mostly it's June to November, but not exclusively. Siam, 9 consecutive days of rain. Habagat, you probably see this written up and you think, oh, it's some specific event. No, it's just a general southwest monsoon, happens all the time. Typhoons, various sizes. I think Philippines gets about 14 a year. Coastal flooding due to high tide. Land subsidence, which nobody wants to talk about. Storm surge, riverine floods, flooding in the upper sections of the watershed. Not real good warning because it's not raining where you are, it just comes down all of a sudden. Flash floods, flooding due to blocked drains, damaged watersheds, unfed urban settlement. So what happens to the schools? As you might imagine, damage to school facilities, destruction of learning materials. This picture was titled Suspension of Classes. Yeah. Schools become inaccessible. Now, when I say schools become inaccessible, okay, kids may live on higher ground, the school may be on higher ground, but the road to school is entirely flooded. So you might be able to get there by boat if you have a boat, or if you have the money to rent a boat or take a ride in the boat. You might even be able to get there in a 4-wheel drive or a special vehicle, but that costs more money, and if it didn't cost more money before, it does now. So, the getting to school is a big deal. These are teachers, quote, going back to school. Poor learning conditions. So once somebody says, okay, classes are no longer suspended, come back. They come back, and now we're facing stagnant water, smelly conditions, toilet facilities not working. And of course, many schools are perfectly safe from flooding. So they become, quote, temporary shelters. Limited use of schools as temporary shelters, great, good dialogue between DepEd, National Disaster Management Organization. We're really going to try to not use schools for more than 10 days at a time. Even when we do, we'll try to make sure that people leave during the day. You can have the classrooms back for instruction. Wonderful intentions and theory on the road to progress. Not 10 days per school year, 10 days per incident. So, schools are used as shelters. And by the way, you ask the kids in the Philippines, they want the schools to be used as shelters. They recognize that we fought for the schools to be some of the most resilient structures in the community. They're on higher ground. They have great big hearts, and they wouldn't want to see people, you know, swimming. So the other thing that happens, of course, is more absenteeism. It's the children from poorer families that we're seeing with the greater levels of absenteeism because they're drawn back into some livelihood engagement or caring for siblings, or they're not living at home, their homes have been more affected. And in many cases, they're just not going to come to school because look at these children in these gorgeous, perfectly pristine uniforms. They are not coming back to school if their uniform is wet or dirty. Now, this photograph, I'm losing sleep over this photograph. This photograph fills me with ambivalence because this won a prize for a photo contest on disaster resilience and coping. Adaptive capacity. Now, this picture kind of sums up the problem about why we are losing the whole impacts of hazards on the education sector in our fetishization of the largest catastrophes and in the way we even define disaster. Because after all, a disaster is something that overwhelms local ability to cope. Now, some of the things that we have measured, only for the largest disasters, are the number of classrooms destroyed and damaged, the cost of that infrastructure, the cost of damage to furnishings, equipment, and supplies sometimes, and we're pretty good in many cases at measuring the days of school closure and the days made up. So, because that seems to be a favorite indicator. Not too impressed with that days of school closure thing because teachers anywhere, and particularly if maybe they're only paid when school is open, will darn well get one teacher there to open the school. So the school is open. The question is not how many days the school was open. The question is how many students were attending on those particular days. So here we come back to one of the problems. Very grateful to J.C. Gaillard, one of our colleagues, for this very insightful, only slightly difficult to understand graphic where we're looking at the impact of just regular everyday poverty impacts on life to the impacts of small-scale disasters and large-scale disasters. And then we look at the frequency of this hardship. Okay, the poverty and the everyday stuff, that's really frequent, that's ongoing all the time. Then you have these things that sort of happen with some frequency often, to the ones that are very rare. Well, what's interesting here, and JC has divided this into sort of two parts. One are the policy responses and one are the people's responses. Well, on research, we've got pretty good coverage of development policies for poverty and well-documented coping strategies, or lack thereof. On the catastrophic side, we've got pretty well-documented capacities on what happens after a major disaster, as well as the big disaster risk reduction policies. But what we don't have, and this is the actual black hole, is this band right here. With these smaller scale, so-called disasters that don't meet the definition, where it's it's below our threshold of attention for disasters, it's above our threshold of attention for poverty. We haven't documented much at all. The unmeasured impacts, the days of school attendance, the student-teacher contact hours, longitudinal impacts on achievement, longitudinal impacts on dropout, educational impacts per event and per multiple events. So finally, a quiz question to wrap up our panel. What is to be done? Do we celebrate coping capacities? Do we research hazard impacts on education? Do we mobilize against growing inequities? Or all of the above?
Thank you, Marla. I told you that we're going to have a very diverse view on urban research. I think we've not disappointed you. It also shows the whole multifaceted nature of current research on urban risk and resilience, and how existing research kind of taps into this urban dimension. I know there's also other people who have looked much more kind of profoundly from an urban discipline into the issues, but I thought it was quite refreshing to get all your view from a kind of futures perspective to an African resilience perspective to a nature conservation perspective to humanitarian principles and education perspective. So I wonder whether there's any questions or for either clarification or some questions for debate. Yes, please. Only one? Okay, the question for Dr. Kent. Oh my God. Are there good planning tools that follow principles of complexity? Is there a way of tackling complexity through some tools that already exist? Yep.
And the answer is yes, and I wish I would have gone into that greater depth. I mean, in a sense, it goes on several levels. I think one level is the very nature of organizations and how the organization promotes, which you might call greater anticipation, etc. I mean, it is the ethos of innovation and anticipation, which in the humanitarian sector seems to be quite stovepipe, but if you go to organizations such as Google, etc., that is an institutional, so to speak, ethos. And so on an institutional level, one can begin to develop that. On a far more perhaps cross-sectoral dimension, there are increasing number of tools to prove the capacity of organizations to see if they're fit for the future, point number one. Point number two, that there are a growing number of complexity theory studies and diagnostics that are very effective for bringing in diverse groups together to take a look at what you might call the what might be. They're not designed to predict, but they're designed to see if you're sensitive for handling far more complex futures, far more uncertain futures. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Randall. There's a question which I also would have liked to raise in a slightly different way, but I think it's a very intriguing question. Is the distinction between researchers and practitioners necessary? Should practitioners not be more involved in research, and researchers be much more open to the practice to be. And my question would have been, out of your research, I mean, what you think has been the impact on practice or on policy, just out of all the efforts that you put into writing these nice documents and reports, and how have been the uptake? So maybe I can go, because I think it relates to all of your work to some extent. So I think it's quite a fundamental question. It's also something we raised yesterday at the Red Cross. What is the research uptake, and what kind of research should we be doing or not doing? So maybe I'll let those Randolph have just spoken. I'll just ask you, I mean, where are you in terms of your utilization of this in a practitioner's context, or do you see that distinction clearly between research and practitioners, or is it kind of mutually reinforcing?
I absolutely agree that they have to be integrated. Right? We have a program that's funded by the Gates Foundation and the World Bank that does something very similar in the sense that we're trying to build leadership capacity in disaster risk management. And what we do, again, is we partner with local universities in Africa and Asia. And in order to strengthen existing capacity, we're targeting existing practitioners. And what we're doing is that by working with the local universities, we are having them sit down with the practitioners, with the public sector, with the private sector, to identify what are those core competencies required with regard to risk management and leadership. By doing that, we are developing executive level leadership training that's relevant, but also helps the universities themselves have access to the practitioners, and that helps them develop graduate level training and education that's relevant. So I'll use as an example, I was recently in Sri Lanka over the Christmas break for the 10th anniversary of the tsunami. And we've been working there for 3 years on this program with the University of Preparedness, with the Secretary of Disaster Management, and we've been running these fellowship programs and executive level training. In the first 5 days we were on the ground, Sri Lanka suffered 70%. The country was underwater with floods and massive landslides. And the Secretary of Disaster Management says that the program, in terms of leadership program, really did help. She saw some visible changes in terms of how the emergency responders were able to quickly mobilize. They're not waiting for instructions, they're waiting for the green light, and they have the enabling leadership capacity. But the University of Peradeniya, because of their involvement, they said they had a master's program that was stood up right after the tsunami. But that master's program at that time was dealing with potentially another tsunami. And things have changed over the last 10 years. So their involvement in terms of with the disaster management agency, with the private sector, helped them look at their own graduate level programming. And now it's a much broader, much more interdisciplinary master's program that's dealing with climate variability, that's dealing with business continuity. And but for bringing these two actors together, that wouldn't happen. So definitely more and more of these linkages need to be happening, they need to be sustained.
Okay, thank you. I'll just now pass the microphone to Joost, because he's leading like a network which is teaching thousands of students on humanitarian issues. And how do you see the utilization of all these research findings, all these theses, all this research you're directly involved in terms of the work practitioners are doing? I mean, it's a huge question, but I think you can.
It's a huge question. It's also not a new question. I don't want to reopen cans of worms that have been ongoing already for decades between practitioners and researchers in many issue areas, I would say. I can simply start off with one small anecdote, if you allow. At a certain moment, I got an email message from a former NOAA student who was in the early 2000s working in Kandahar, Afghanistan. He wrote to me, dear Mr. Herman, I want to thank you for the master course in Groningen or in the NOAA network. At this very moment, people are taking pot shots at me. That you have not taught me how to duck them, but at least I understand why they shoot at me. So that's perhaps a small reminder indeed that when I mentioned that there should be a healthy distance between the researchers and practitioners, I didn't mean that there has to be a massive gap between them. No, on the contrary. The healthy distance is indeed a kind of respect for one another's professional background. Not coincidentally, NOAA was created in 1993, at the same moment that DG Humanitarian Aid and Civil Protection was founded by the European Commission, then Emma Bonino. and it was immediately recognized, especially after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the seemingly increase in humanitarian disasters, the peace dividend that humanitarian organizations wanted to grapple, that Emma Bonina had foresight to say, all very well, practitioners do play an enormous important role in the humanitarianism, but in order to enhance professionalism and capabilities, we also need to reflect upon practice. And that's why she called for a couple of universities to start a thing like NOAA. So basically what I'm saying is indeed out of respect for one another's capabilities, out of respect for one another's strong points, we need to preserve a certain distance, but our deepest wish is that NGOs, non-governmental organizations, should make available much more funding for research that they will nurture with their data. So as for us to engage in conceptual research, and it saddens me to say that not all humanitarian organizations are very much willing to share data, while on the other hand, like we have a common practice in our network, that we should be making much more use of practitioners as lecturers within our program to make shown to the students immediately the interrelationship between conceptual thinking and trying to ground this conceptual thinking into reality. Thanks.
Any reflections on how this research can influence policy work and how it can, is it something Randolph wants to?
No, but
because there's a specific question from there I would like to then ask later. So
I really do think it's an important question. So let me just take up a couple of seconds. First of all, it's really fascinating, and I say this both as a former practitioner and now in the policy field. Just listen to how many people say, in response to your question, that's a bit academic, isn't it? Which means, I think, you stop thinking. I think, and then I think the next thing that you hear in the sector is, that's not very practical, which means that basically you're quite satisfied with the way you do things. And I think that is a real danger for organizations that really try to be sensitive to the environment. So let me just quickly say, there are a couple of organizations that you might want to look at, consider, think about. One is in the United Kingdom. There is something called the Enhanced Learning Research for Humanitarian Action, ELRA, which tries to bring in the academic with the humanitarian sector and humanitarian writ large. It's interesting that both here in the United States and the United Kingdom, you have the Humanitarian Innovation Funds, or an American equivalent. That's an attempt to bring the two together. But here, I think you get to a fundamental problem in our industry and all industries, and that is the research that goes into your organizations are probably siloed. They stop where they are, and they are not used across, if you like, the various departments, sectors, etc. They're not tested, as opposed to other sectors, like the private sector.
Okay, thank you, Randall. I would like now to pass the microphone to Vera. There's a lot of questions, and I have, as a moderator, the power to select those which I think are definitely contribute to the discussion. The question that I received was, how can the power of ecosystems to protect urban residents be better integrated into global DP or DRR work, which is about application of your insights in the role of natural infrastructure and so on, and how do you think this dialogue between quite two diverse sectors can be enhanced and can be strengthened?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, which I'm not 100% sure, I think the question is about...
Maybe the person who was asking the question could elaborate on it? Oh, wait. Oh, it's Vera's colleague.
So...
Okay, take the mic. Yeah, maybe she can answer.
So since Kathy was asking the questions, I think I know what you're getting at, is how can the power of natural ecosystems influence the global conversations on disaster preparedness, right? Or is there a place for that?
Yes, so you highlighted bodies of work and research that we have performed at the Nature Conservancy with our ecosystem partners. And we have quantitative data about the power of wave attenuation and the ability to protect coastlines, how do we integrate what we know into what the room full of people here knows about reducing the impact of disaster and making communities more resilient? And so in the processes and the policies of disaster preparedness, how do we integrate what we know into maximizing nature's power to protect, along with the other practices that we know are protecting people?
Right. So, I think one of the keys to that is to take some of this work that obviously, as you've seen, a lot of it happens on the ground, and take that to the places where a lot of discussions are being held, the conventions. For example, I myself went to the COP in Warsaw, participated to a side event where we talked about some of the work with How Nature Protects People. So I think that there's a big place for that. And I think obviously we as an organization are actively doing that. We have a whole team of people that focuses on the policy side of this, and Kathy's actually one of them. So there's a lot of space for that. I think one of the interesting fallouts of getting this nature discourse into the global policy fora is, and I wanted to highlight this in my presentation, is that there's obviously a very big distinction at the moment between disaster preparedness, hazards, and climate adaptation as two separate fields that are competing for visibility and funds as two separate entities. For us in our work, really, when it comes to what you're doing on the ground, the two things are together. So one of the messages that we do bring to these global fora, in addition to the nature pieces, really, let's stop quibbling, to put it simply, over is it preparedness, is it adaptation? A lot of the things can be transferred. So yes, there's a role, and we're very interested in doing that kind of work, and we are doing that kind of work. So we welcome Red Cross partnership, and I've talked to a few of people, maybe not in this room, about, for example, going to Sendai, going to Paris next year. So I think there's a big place for nature and resilience, disaster preparedness, and adaptation.
Thanks. I think it's really helpful. I think there's been in the two other panels, like the closing session was one with an open question to all the panelists. So I received one which I think is an interesting one, and one I had also prepared is, what is an area of research related to urban resilience that you feel or think is ripe for greater investigation? In case you would get like $1 million to do some research on an area which is close to your heart, or which you think needs better understanding and would definitely help promote the concept of urban resilience much more effectively, what would be your proposal? It's a challenging one, but I don't see anyone like that.
I'm so used to spending small amounts, I'm not going to spend all the money, the rest of you can share it. But I would like to see us.
Can I actually, because I asked that question.
Okay.
I want to twist it a little bit. It wasn't necessarily that you're going to do it.
No, if
There's
someone
a
else
lot
can
of
do it.
knowledge out there in the world.
Yeah.
Do you think there is an area, because I've heard a lot today about social justice, and yet no one's talking about it directly. And so I'm just wondering, are there other bodies of work, other disciplines that you think could be brought to bear on the discussion today? But if you got the money for it, that's okay too. But, yeah.
Many and all, so again, I like to see it shared. But I think one of the things, and this is related to another question that Bruno put in front of me a couple minutes ago about the value of education. We've tried for the last 10 years to fit a square peg into the round hole of priority 3 of the HFA, which is the value of education in building resilience. And the problem with that was that it encompasses all the public awareness stuff, which has been really sort of based on the banking theory of education, which is we experts and everything are going to tell you poor slobs that are going to die what you need to know. And here's the laundry list of things, and hopefully you'll do some of them. This is just, luckily, I'm going to take a page from Randolph's book. I mean, education is going to change profoundly in the next 20 years. And we have all become lifelong learners, and all of us need to figure out the ways that we can engage in that lifelong learning and reciprocal learning process. So one of the things I put to you out here, that this is not about, oh, we got to get this in the curriculum and teach the kids, and so they're going to sit in their science and their geography and their literature classes, and they're going to learn about, hazard and risk formulas and stuff. On the contrary, I think where we need to put the emphasis is on experiential learning, just as everybody said here about community engagement and so on. The school disaster management pillar in particular, in the comprehensive school safety framework, is the place that kids can be engaged in the process of doing the risk assessment, doing the risk reduction, learning how to prepare and respond. And we make planning, we leave planning as the verb it is, and we drop our, temporary decade-long obsession with plans. Because, we really don't need 3 teachers sitting in a corner filling out the plan so that we can wave a bunch of plans in the air. What we need is everybody engaged in the process. So I would love to spend some research money on testing those propositions.
Okay. Any other suggestions from the panel?
Anita, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess my response would be that as it relates to urban resilience, right, there's not necessarily a need for something new, because I think there's a lot going on. And I think where we are now, there is an absolute need for an entity to be able to take a step back and take a look at all of that data and to be able to try to make sense of it, right? So it just astonishes me that, our project here, when we're looking at the various dimensions of resilience, that the richness of the data that we have now, we're already kind of in a way moving on to the quantitative phase, because we have to move on to the next phase and we have to move on to interventions. And I would love to be able to take time to go back and dive deeper into the data that we have now. So some entity, if you all can fund that, just to look at this and support the community as a whole, to make sense of it, to identify the linkages, to be able to promote the current best practices in a way here that results in action, because it's here. We don't necessarily need anything new. We just need to be able to figure out what we have.
Yeah, and then I'll pass to yours for some concluding reflection from the side.
So I guess one reflection I've had, and I've had this as some of you that have been with me at other Red Cross meetings had, is, I think especially with urban resilience, but true for resilience overall, no one organization can do it alone. So a few people have said that we have to partner, we have to come together, we have to bring together those non-traditional partners. I think everybody is speaking those words, whether it's here, whether it's within the organization I work with. But I would love to see a social scientist or an anthropologist really do some research on how does one actually help make that happen, help facilitate that? Because as somebody said before, we're so used to talking to our own same people, and going on the outside is scary. So we all keep saying we need to do that. So maybe some research on, and there probably already is, it exists, but we should bring it to bear on this conversation, because I think for urban resilience, there's just no way that any 1 or 2 organizations can do it on their own.
And the title of this session is Creating Linkages, and it's very much about how can we join forces and bring all these different facets together to go up with join the project. I'll just pass the microphone now to yours.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I believe that this urbanization context also delivers a good opportunity to bring many of the concepts together into the true question that we should ask ourselves when it comes to humanitarianism, in this case, in urban settings. Urban settings nowadays, more or less, to be compared with microcosmoses, in which the question is valid concerning all the issue areas that have been mentioned, and the word social justice also coming in. Without labeling myself a cultural relativist, I'm a universalist, and without doing so, anyway, ask the question, is the humanitarian community flexible enough to realize that social justice in the outskirts of Jakarta experience in flooding is something different than in the less privileged areas in Amsterdam, for example. In other words, how flexible can the humanitarian community be in addressing the grassroots needs of disaster-struck people in urbanized settings in this case, taking into account that the operational principles of humanitarian action, neutrality and independence, are often confused with more substantive elements of the humanitarian principles, being impartiality and humanity. So from that perspective, the research that should be conducted is indeed interdisciplinary research, but with a social scientific larger impact in trying to reconcile the possibility of these universal principles in the issue area where humanitarian action is asked for. Just a very small example how much the dictionaries of various peoples in the world have started to become divergent. You all will remember the MH17 disaster, the planes shot down over Ukraine. The whole of the Netherlands immediately demanding justice for the victims of this disaster, immediately demanding that the perpetrators should be brought to account in Scheveningen before the ICC, etc., etc. While in effect the whole debate of what the Netherlands or the European Union could contribute to stop the daily killing in eastern Ukraine completely disappeared from the radar. That was not interesting from a humanitarian perspective, of course, but for the general average feeling of the public, it was justice, because if crime has been committed, justice should be done. That's not the reality on the ground in eastern Ukraine, not at all.
Okay, so discussion on social justice, interdisciplinarity comes again, and now one word of wisdom from Mandalay.
Not wisdom, but I do want to answer what I thought was a very important question, and that is, what is the research out there that we need to build upon? And my nomination would be for some work being done by a woman formerly at Columbia University Hospital named Roz Lasker, who actually has a phenomenal project, and it's about going around to people and seeing how people listen. It's listening, which so many of these institutions which we represent are not very good at. They're hearing institutions, but they're not listening institutions. And Ross Lasker does some phenomenal work on that. I think that's so important in an ever more complex operating environment.
Okay, I think this is a very good conclusion of this session. So researchers should be developing the skill to listen better and not impose their views or interpret things the way they have their own agendas, but really be open to what the object of research are telling them and take that into account and then translate it into policy and practice. I think I'll conclude here. I think this was very fruitful, very rich discussion with many facets and many dimensions, but I think in the end it was all somehow brought together. Thank you very much for the panelists, and a big applause for them.
So thanks very much to that panel. And thank you all. We'll be wrapping up soon, but before we do that, two things. First of all, a confession. All of you who work in research understand the notion of ethical constraints on research and how you're supposed to get permission of your research subjects before you carry out experiments on them or you observe them and do research. So I've got a confession to make. We've actually been secretly observing you all day without asking your permission, and we have a secret mole or researcher in the room who's been doing this and who is going to help wrap it up for us. So Beth Ferret, yes, Beth, you're a mole. So Beth, as well as being a mole and undercover agent, is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. She's co-director of the Brookings LSC project, looking at internal displacement. And she's been an observer and a sharp commentator on the humanitarian business for, as long as I can remember, and somebody whose views I very much respect. So Beth, I know you've been listening all day. What do you take away from this? And then I imagine, Rachel, you want to wrap us up? Rebecca? Okay, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. It's been a very rich day with lots of information and interesting presentations. And I'm conscious of the fact that I am the 16th speaker.
Quantitative research.
Quantitative researcher, right. So I'm going to be very brief and just highlight a couple of the cross-cutting themes that I thought ran throughout the presentation. And in that respect, throw out what might be a few provocative questions to continue to think about. The first one is I was struck, and I'm sure you were too, with how complex the urban environment is. I mean, the different communities, neighborhoods, physical structures, the array of hazards that many of you mentioned that affect cities, Also the fact that, cities are dynamic. People are moving in, they're growing. We heard in Tehran, 3 million people a day are moving. In Mexico City, 13 million people a day are moving. These are dynamic places. They're centers of media and political power and wealth, as well as slums and informal settlements. All of this makes the question of planning for urban resilience or urban disaster preparedness extraordinarily complex. And I wonder if our natural tendency to say, well, things are really complex, so we need better models, more comprehensive planning, more overarching approaches. I'm wondering if we can ever do that. I'm wondering if perhaps we need different models of organization. Maybe it isn't a question of coming up with a more comprehensive, all-inclusive, prepare for any eventuality plan, but maybe it's recognizing the different kinds of emergent leadership we heard about, different ways of engaging with citizens, different ways of social organization. And I would say, I am a political scientist, I would say that we need to also recognize the political dimension of all this. A government perhaps can get away with a poor response to a disaster far from the capital city, but it's a different pressure when it's happening right near the seats of power. And then there's the whole dimension that didn't come up very much, which is the relationship between international and national processes, whether it's a donor relationship or technical expertise or sometimes political pressure. A second theme that came out loud and clear was the importance of the social dimension. Just dealing with preparedness or disaster risk reduction in terms of built structures or engineering or building codes certainly isn't enough. The need to look at social factors and risk assessment and response and inclusiveness and involving the community, all of that came through very clearly in most of your presentations. I'm going to make a point that I can't remember what it was. A third thing that came through, I've been working on humanitarian issues for more than 25 years. I don't think I've ever been to a meeting where someone didn't say, we need more coordination. We need more coordination, more partnership. I mean, we heard some very good examples where partnering together made for a more effective response in places like Christchurch and how important it was to get the mechanics right. But I wonder if maybe we need to rethink what we mean by coordination. Most coordination meetings I've been to are sharing of information. This is what I'm doing. Well, this is what I'm doing. Well, this is what I'm doing. And at the end of the day, there's not coordination. You may be more aware of what each other is doing, but usually you're going to do what you plan to do anyway, because you've got your own constituency and budget and ways of working. Maybe what we need from research is some assessment of different models of coordination. Maybe it shouldn't just be meetings and meetings and meetings. Maybe we ought to be more creative and think about, for example, embedding people in each other's organizations, like the military does with journalists. But maybe we put a development expert in with an architectural association, or maybe we have different kinds of exchange modalities. I worked for an organization in Geneva for many years that had annual weeks of meetings. You weren't allowed to travel. You had to meet with your colleagues for a whole week. And they organized these meetings on a whole range of subjects. And then we discovered it didn't matter what the subject of the meetings was, that there was a great value in just having to go around and chat with people. Maybe what we need are Monday morning coffee hours when everybody has to get out of their building and go talk with somebody else. I'm not suggesting any of these seriously, but I am suggesting we need to be much more creative in thinking about how we do this strange thing called coordination. And we talked also about the movement, a very positive movement away from crisis response to disaster risk management. And I think we know that it's easier to plan for crises and to develop those scenarios than to look at recovery issues, which actually can last a lot longer and certainly may have an even greater impact in terms of the community's ability to respond. The research agenda, I love that last panel because you saw the real diversity of what researchers can bring to bear, whether it's evidence on African resilience or far-sighted thinking and questions about complexity theory to particular sectors or needs such as education and the natural sciences. I think it shows the diversity of things we're doing. I would also encourage the research community to push us all to use simpler language. You know, we love our jargon. You know, disaster risk reduction, preparedness, you know, we really care about those. But when we were talking about the road to Sendai, I don't know if Indira is still here, but I kept thinking the big problem with the Hyogo framework for action was its name. I mean, I come from a disaster-prone region, South Texas, where everybody is really conscious of hurricanes and evacuations and their strategies, and everybody thinks about it. But when I give a talk to a community group and I say the Hyogo framework for action, when I say the words disaster risk reduction, I lose half of them. But what, you know, I think that there's something about the way we present these terms. If we really want community engagement and involvement, then we have to change the way we talk. And I think that there's a lot to be said for researchers' ability to step back and say, hey, you guys, what are you talking about? Is there some way of making this more simple, particularly in support of goals of more inclusivity and participation? Thank you.
Final word, and the 17th speaker. I'll be very, very quick. I hope all of you feel as I do that this was just such a terrific day. I can't think of a better way to spend the day. And we woke up this morning wondering if the storm was going to close us all down, and you know, we'd get a fraction of our attendees and such. But really, I think the room has been full all day, and it's a testament to our interest in this topic. The subject matter is important to all of us, and we're learning a lot. We've got an appetite to learn more. I can't say thanks enough to all the participants actually that came, the speakers, Peter for emceeing, just everybody involved, and not everybody in the back end of this as well, the whole GDPC team and everybody else that helped support the actual production of this. So thank you, and thank you to all our online viewers as well. I think, you know, we'd really appreciate feedback from you to see how we might improve events for next year, although I think this would be a hard one to top. So I wish you all a very good evening, and thank you again for coming. And I hope to see you again next year, and sooner than that, of course. Thank you.
Was it fun?